making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Trollocs win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good evening and welcome back to the IEM Rio 2024 South American Closed Qualifier. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you again today to conclude this qualifier and figure out which of now 3 Brazilian teams will make it to the IEM on home soil. Nate, yesterday we saw some interesting games and some very clutch plays from a particular player waiting in the grand final. But we have a rematch here in the consolidation final between Imperial and Made in Brazil.
Yeah, we start off today very much like yesterday, almost exactly the same as yesterday with a rematch, as you mentioned, between Made in Brazil and Imperial. But this time around, it's not the opening bout. It is a consolidation final. The loser of this series will be eliminated from contention, will not get a spot at IEM Rio, and will have their dreams dashed. As you mentioned as well, Pain Gaming are waiting over in the grands for the victor here. They have that luxury of sitting back and relaxing, potentially even watching this game to get an inkling as to what the victor will be playing like, get some insights from there. So Pain Gaming, well-deserved victory, and now a wait for the winner of this one.
As you can see here on the bracket, Pain taking down Red Canids 2-0 and Imperial 2-1. We got to see that one last night. Imperial 2-0 over Made in Brazil in the opening round. And MIBR 2-1 win against Red Canids. Much the same fashion that Pain did over Imperial, winning both the first and the last map of that series. And so, MIBR find themselves with a rematch with Imperial. But in that opening series, Nate, it was very interesting how Decenti kind of took over for Imperial against MIBR. Try was solid, but he wasn't exactly there. But it was No Way and Decenti on map 1 in particular, which was Vertigo, the pick of MIBR, and arguably their best map that really kind of turned the tide.
Yeah, we went into yesterday's matchup saying, okay, both teams are going to win their respective map picks. The third map is going to be the decider, a glorified best of one. But Imperial really turned that on its head with that victory on the first map. When they won Vertigo, at that point, it's almost a rest-assured 2-0 victory. Now, it didn't look as clean as that. It was still pretty contentious on both maps, 13-10 on both. That was Vertigo and Mirage. But nonetheless, once that first map went their way, it felt like Imperial were destined to clean up that series in a swift 2-0 fashion. Now, you mentioned the map picks as well, and it is an important note going into this one because I'm going to spoil it. The vetoes are almost the exact same, not quite the same. I mentioned it in the pregame show yesterday. It was very interesting how Made in Brazil, the higher seed, wanted to be Team A. For some reason, they chose to be Team A yesterday. They've learned from that mistake. Almost everyone, 99.9% of teams, always choose to be Team B, and this time around, Made in Brazil do swap that up and elect to be the second team in veto.
Yeah, they'll go for that second team in the veto, but the thing is, Nate, it really doesn't change a single thing. We can get the veto on screen. We'll see the map breakdown here right now. Ancient removed by Imperial, it's their perma. Dust 2, an interesting ban from Made in Brazil. They don't really play it all that often, but seeing how Imperial played it last night, I wouldn't have hated a Dust 2 float from Made in Brazil. Imperial, of course, they're going to pick into Mirage. It is their bread and butter, 11-2, including that win over Made in Brazil yesterday. And Vertigo back in action for MIBR. That one loss they suffered to Imperial last night on the map, though, Nate, puts Imperial in some pretty good company. MIBR have only lost 3 times on Vertigo in the last 3 months. Those other 2 teams, Spirit and Complexity.
international competition. We were talking about it yesterday in the pregame show as well. That international kind of foray where the teams play very differently, it can kind of hinder you more than it helps, because when you come back to that domestic competition, you just aren't quite as prepared for it. So as you mentioned, two big names taking them down, but regardless, if you're prepared for international talent versus domestic Brazilian swagger and aggression, it really can't hinder you in these kinds of closed qualifiers. Now, I said the veto, we talked about it. You said it was basically the exact same. It doesn't change anything. It's actually the exact same, just reversed. With Made in Brazil's ban being second, Imperial's being first. The map bans are the exact same when you take that into account. Who's starting where is the exact same on both maps, respectively. So this is going to be another brawl, very much like yesterday. The question is, have Made in Brazil adapted and learned from this prior engagement?
Or have Imperial been able to slot Try in more, become more comfortable with him, and giving him a little more of the reins, because we saw him take over a couple of maps last night against Pain, and unluckily for him, his team came up short because he played his heart out in that upper final last night. So I'm expecting to see more of the same from him, and we'll see how the head-to-head works with Safe, but I think Try still had the head-to-head last night or yesterday afternoon, as the case was too. So for Try, take over the server, but he needs some help. He needs Decenti. He needs No Way with him. Having Phelps step up would be huge. Vinny as well, but you can look to them more to be anchors with the way this team seems to be shaping up. But the three in Try, No Way, and Decenti should be the players you're looking to get you those rounds on the board, to get you those impact kills, those high percentage rounds. And they'll need that for sure, because Exit played out of his mind for MIBR. And they can still have Insani pop off, which he did not yesterday. That could be an X factor that changes the whole scope of the action.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway of yesterday was that Insani really wasn't here. He never really arrived in the server throughout the first series they played yesterday, and that was very concerning if you're a fan of Made in Brazil. It sounds like we are getting into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 is Mirage. Again, the first two maps flip-flopped. Still a decider on Nuke if required. And back to the conversation, Insani struggled individually. Try is your rock. He will get kills consistently throughout the series. You just need two other people, such as Decenti and No Way, to kind of have that extra bit of explosiveness for Imperial. Will this series pan out the same as it was yesterday, or will Made in Brazil flip the script? We'll have to wait and see. CT side for Made in Brazil, and it looks like we're having some technical problems here, Boggs.
Yep. Never a smooth start. Online Counter-Strike showing its wonders. We'll put it that way. But we're not going to hop into the game just yet, as we'll probably get a medic out of that one and get back into it for pistol round action here momentarily. Gives us a little more time to talk over the map, though, so I'm not mad about it at all. Looking at Mirage yesterday, it was a little closer at the end, but that was thanks to a few rounds in a row at the tail end of that map, which MIBR put on the board to bring it to a 13-10. Imperial kind of dropped the ball a little bit there later on, but overall they were looking strong, and they never really looked back once they got an early lead after losing the first pistol on Mirage. That's something, too, to keep an eye on. MIBR won 3 of the 4 pistol rounds in that series. And
won 3, and they also got next to nothing, right?
Yeah, they got, what, 6 rounds total off of the back of it?
Yeah, they got, I think halftime scores 8-4 in both cases. They got pistol round and the second round pretty much guaranteed. And so most of the rounds came from eco rounds, came from pistol victories, and the second round conversions. Made in Brazil were really, in spite of the score looking pretty contentious, outclassed when it came to rifles yesterday.
And that's something they'll have to fix here. And I think the lack of Insani's presence was a big factor in that, because he's your rifler. He's your star rifler. Not just he's your star in general, but he's your star rifle. And you need your star to be good on the rifle rounds. It can't just be pistols. Pistol rounds are, if you play a full 24-round game, 2 of 24. Less than 10% of your rounds are pistols. The second round gives you a little more, say 4 out of 24. You're still at 1/8. Or no, a little bit less, but 1/6. But still, the fact of the matter is, pistols are so important, but so few rounds. You need to be able to have success in the rifles, regardless of your pistol success, if you are going to have success in the great scale.
Pistols set the tone. A lot of teams are kind of streaky. They want that early momentum, and they can kind of maintain it once they establish it. The issue is getting it started, getting the ball rolling. Pistol rounds are notoriously 50-50. Made in Brazil looked very good on them yesterday. And again, they need pistol rounds. They need Insani to wake up. There's a lot of things that Made in Brazil need to go right to get to a match versus Pain, because yesterday they were really disappointing. Again, lackluster, uninspired, and outclassed when it came to the rifles, when it came to the bulk of the rounds they were playing. That is very concerning for what is now a long-standing squad at the upper echelon of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and they're a team with a lot of international experience. They're a team with a lot of experience up and down the lineup at this point. Yes, there's some young players in Sani, one of them safe another, but you have to be able to perform at the highest level domestically and internationally to be successful in the modern scope of Counter-Strike. And the way that things are going to be shaping up next year too, with more and more tournaments around, I think the domestic competition is going to become exponentially more critical for these teams. And to be able to translate that over into the international scene is going to be a big problem, I think, for both South and North American teams alike. But it all starts here. It all starts in winning the games you should win. And I'm not going to say MIBR should be beating Imperial. I feel like this is a much closer matchup, and I think the score lines throughout their history had kind of denote that as well. But we're back into Mirage, and Imperial won the pistol and the second round, Nate. I guess we're live to gun round number 1.
It's expected. They won pistol round 3 out of the 4 times as we talked about, and they converted it. It was a full save from Made in Brazil in round 2. It looks like, because they're on rifles now. And I think what we had, Boggs, it wasn't a server, like, for the players issue, it was a Go TV issue. And it sounds like there is still a connection problem with the Go TV. And the unfortunate thing with that is that the players don't know that there's an issue. They're going to keep playing out. There's a delay, so the round's already live and already done and dusted, and that means we're just going to have to miss some Counter-Strike. That's just how it is. It's how it plays out. Again, we talked about, that's how online Counter-Strike is. You have to roll with the punches.
Yeah, but it's all server netcode and all that sort of thing, all the crazy stuff that I know nothing about. I don't know about you, but that's not your major.
No, I have a Bachelor of Arts. You know that.
In biology.
In biology, yeah,
but
it's still a bit.
Let's preface
Bachelor
that
of Arts. We can qualify it a little bit, yeah, but Imperial upsetting, we can glean something from that, right? You mentioned it. Imperial won the pistol round. That is big. They only did that 1 out of 4 times total yesterday, and that gives them a second round as well, and it looks like a pretty good bonus going into round number 3 on their T side. And the T side of Mirage is pretty important. It's rather difficult for a lot of teams. T side in general is difficult across most maps, barring few. So Imperial starting things off right, and again, paving a way to what should be another dominant first half if that trend continues.
And to win the T-half on Mirage would be huge for Imperial, give them a better chance at an early victory on map number 1, establishing a stranglehold on MIBR, as well as building the confidence in this Imperial side of things. They've already bucked the trend where they had not beaten MIBR and Vertigo previously. Granted, the last time these two teams played prior to last night was in April, about 3.5 months ago. Wasn't even on the 3-month stat lines. It was just back in the head-to-head. So lots of things have changed, especially on Vertigo with the catwalk and elevator all being completely different. But it's a mental game as well. And for Imperial, they already got that started. A big win here on Mirage really starts to sink their teeth into MIBR and sow those seeds of doubt and trepidation in the Made in Brazil squad, which already coming through the lower bracket, struggled a little bit against Red Canids yesterday, struggled significantly against Imperial yesterday. That can make or break a team, and not being able to overcome that will definitely sink the MIBR ship.
Definitely could sink it. And another thing we really didn't mention, we talked about it a lot. We talked about Try specifically being the new addition. But when you make a new addition, when you make a roster change, the time where you see the biggest growth is in this quote-unquote honeymoon phase, when the teams are slotting together, rapidly building that chemistry, figuring out what their role is in the squad. Try is not only individually a monster, a consistency, a rock on this team, but it's also now a new player slotting in, which means you should see leaps and bounds in the capabilities of this team within even a couple days. So the fact that Imperial already had a player slotting in so well, and it's still early in that player's new addition, means that they should get even scarier as this close qualifier continues.
And that's the thing. They win this one. They have another rematch with Pain, who are probably going to be watching this. At least some of the coaching staff will be watching this for sure. I would assume Big Azetta, as well as the in-game leader, will keep his eyes on this matchup to figure out what Imperial are looking like. They have a little bit of knowledge to go off of from their best of 3 last night, but of course, things change, as you said, in that honeymoon phase, and Imperial are a team that are looking to exponentially grow and explode forward to great success here out of the South American region. Try and join 9Z as one of those teams that kind of yo-yos back and forth between international and domestic. Fury, of course, well cemented in the international scene right now. There's always room for more teams from the Americas, and South America might have the best chance at that. I say that, though, there was the team announcements for, or at least the invites for ESL Challenger Atlanta, Nate. M80 were given the hometown hero invite, but I think they're going to be the only invited team that's from the hometown region, if I'm remembering my teams correctly.
Only one hometown hero team being invited from the region. That's M80, again.
And not Complexity, too.
Not Complexity, yeah. Complexity.
Or Liquid.
They don't play in every Challenger event, if I'm not mistaken, but they do bounce around from time to time. They did recently win one. That was their first win in a decent while, but it sounds like this is going to be a long break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to stop pontificating. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we will have this series between Made in Brazil and Imperial. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It was a brief break and a lot of technical woes, but it sounds like we are at the tail end of such issues. Again, it's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips to take you through the remainder of this qualifier for the rest of today. It sounds like we are going into the action at long last, ladies and gentlemen. We had one more round played since we saw a 2-0 lead, and it is now extended to 3 for Imperial. Made in Brazil's rifle round did not pan out. And so they're on pistols for round number 4. Imperial started off both maps yesterday with a tremendous lead, 8-4 at the half, but that was in spite of losing pistol. This time around on Mirage, they've come out the gates swinging, took the first 3. It's a very scary prospect for the likes of Mid in Brazil.
Very scary indeed. Imperial are out of the gates, as you said, with that pistol round victory. And now shutting down that first gun round too. Up against the Deco. A couple of 5.7s there as well, and a P250 in the hands of Safe. He wants to get an op-out to contend with Try as early as possible. Molly nade into BRN, who will burn away. Another one in towards jail. All of this utility being used. Drop actually does get one, but Vinny and Try are getting kills on the site. Safe one from top of Ninja Box, but that's all he'll be able to find. Descenti over at back empty. Goes towards the bench, has to deal with back empty. They don't clear it. They don't clear it at all. They're not expecting the extra player already on the site in the form of exit. And it's been a very costly round for Imperial. They should still be able to close it down, and they do. A little more expensive than they would have liked. It's going to give a little extra utility to the MIBR side, but at the same time, there was still some bonus weaponry on the Imperial side and the Galils, so they'll get the op for Try. M4 tossed over to No Way, so he doesn't have to buy. And overall, money's still pretty good for Imperial.
Quite good. 6K in the bank for Descenti. 4/5 of the squad over 2K. That's out of the danger zone. That's some resiliency built up. Op for Safe to rival, though. I'd imagine he's in towards window. It looks like he is. Also want to highlight, talked about Insani yesterday. I was questioning what would he buy on the Eco. It was without a doubt every single time a Deagle.
Oh, yeah.
In that last round, he had a 5.7. There's an interesting note. Perhaps he's going for more spam. Not quite feeling as hot with the aim. Aggression out middle. Both teams vying for control. Phelps won, traded immediately by drop. You mentioned him being an individual that can stand out for Made in Brazil. Trades do favor the T's. Imperial are still just running their routes, running their defaults. One out ramp, one slinking out Palace. BRN, though, a menace in towards Sandwich, totally discounted. He finds one. Trade via Molotov across the map in response to everything on this smoke. He has timing. BRN repositioning is caught, and Safe misses his op shot. Advantage secured for Imperial. They're looking to go towards A. The issue is Safe has rotated around, and he wants to stop any sort of attempt at a bomb plant.
Try's op is still out in middle. Nobody's going to be able to peek him unless drop goes into window, which would be questionable at best. Still seems to be an A play, as there's not a lot of time left for Imperial. 20 seconds to go. One smoke, that's on Try. He can try to toss it to CT. It's not going to work. Vinny's going to get that bomb down triple, though. Not exactly planted for Descenti up in Palace, but the op shot reveals the position of 1. Now Try begins to move closer and closer. He's still at chair, but Vinny up on the bench in a bit of an awkward spot himself. At least he has his connector cleared, but he does not have a jungle eye. That might actually reveal the position of both, though. That's smoke going through. Safe out on top. Vinny through the box takes him down. And Descenti swings out of Palace to support his teammate. Eliminating drop at a 5-0 scoreline. So far, 2 gun rounds, both converted by Imperial. And we talked about the rifle rounds favoring them heavily in their previous meeting with MIBR. That trend seems to be continuing here and now. The only thing is, Imperial have added pistol round success to that as well, and the anti-eco. It's getting more and more out of reach early for MIBR. MP9s, 5.7s, a deagle for Insani. He's back on that. But things are getting very out of control very quickly. Yes, it's just 5-0. It's just 5 rounds into the game. It's the T side factor that really makes this more concerning as No Way doubles up on ramp. Nobody even doing any damage to him. And now he spots out a third player towards Triple, who still has not connected onto No Way. Phelps will take down Insani, who's spotted. A side open, bombs in T spawn. Imperial say, you know what? We don't need the bomb this round. Let's just go get the elimination victory.
Looking for the victory off of attrition. I should tell you how confident they're feeling. Phelps is at 9. No Way's at 6. But everybody's hitting their shots too. 4 is the minimum number of kills for an Imperial player. It's also above everybody on Made in Brazil. No one has 4 kills on that side of the equation. 6-0 guaranteed at this stage. The question is, will BRN get some exits? Will he save his MP9? Will he try to get a rifle and get away? No easy ways out for the likes of Made in Brazil at this stage. Timeout overdue. Next round is a rifle round. They should call it then. 6-0. This has been a sprint down the line from Imperial.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's a best of 3. It's a marathon, not a sprint. But if they can keep this pace up, it'll be over quick. MIBR are surely going to call a timeout to the next round here. They've lost the first 6 rounds of the game. Imperial are halfway to 12, map point. Safe will get the op back. But if you're MIBR, you can't afford to not call a timeout here.
I say no timeout yet.
Your CT side, it's where you have to make the most of your rounds. But as I say that, I look over at MIBR stats on Mirage, Nate. 36.7% on the defense, 43.6% on the offense. And things just get bleaker.
I was gonna say it's sub 50 no matter what. Sure, they're better on the T side, quote unquote. Still not good, still not passing. Smokes towards A. Imperial can just run their routes. They've not been contested in any way by Made in Brazil. They're just reacting as best they can. It's going to be a Palace pop. Drop. Found the lurking Vinny over towards B. That's at least something going in their favor. An opening and an advantage secured. Helps, though. Slinking out of lower. Out of tons. Trying to find something. Underpass. Jumping up. Timing's perfect. Exemplary. Finds drop. Avenges his teammate. Will he cross back? It looks like he'll be allowed to do so. Made in Brazil not forcing the issue. Phelps holding his line. Again finds a kill with no response. No shots in turn. The op of safe will finally do him in. Try on an op of his own. Is looking to get an answer in kind. Op shot misses. Safe will get back into A. And he'll find a second. Good trade from Descenti, but exit under balcony. Springs the trap. Try on the op. A 1v2 finds the first. Not the second. Good reposition from exit. And Made in Brazil, while they aren't really challenging, they aren't getting too fancy or aggressive, they are finally on the board with 1 round in round number 7.
But the only problem is, well, there's a couple of problems. One, it's their first, and it took 7 rounds to get it. The second is that they lost 4 players on the CT side with an economy that hasn't been able to get out of the fledgling stages yet. This is getting to the point where they lose this round. Holy, Safe just gets drive-by by a combination of 3 players of Imperial. No real refrag potential either for drop or exit over in Con. Nade onto drop as well, and Insani will move up, but that smoke's going to go high. BRN and Insani, though, are able to trade this back and get a man advantage. No Way down very low on health, too. The bomb making its slow, methodical way through apartments on the back of tries. Vinny will retreat up the underpass stairs and over towards B. 2-2 hold with a very heavy B lean from MIBR. I like this read. Exit Insani, buddy systeming up, and they actually might give Insani that extra push towards B. Knowing that there was a couple of players out towards middle, underpass a definite possibility, but they're going to trust in BRN and drop here. The 2 low HP players to hold the line. Vinny going out first. Will he clear foul? He will not. He clears sight instead. There's the first no trade back. A tag onto Try, but he gets a no-scope onto BRN. Molotov goes in. Try backs up. There's still plenty of time, and Drop is mollied forward. He burns alive. That hurt this surely. They know he's close. Try lets a shot ring out, but he should be entering. It should not be Try. It should be no way on the rifle. Time and HP dwindling for Imperial under the 30-second mark, hoping for another pick, which has not come. Very disciplined on this hold from MIBR, trusting in Drop to be that first point of contact, and Imperial might just call it quits now as they're retreating back into kitchen. What they can chef up is just about nothing but a save.
I'm going to try to. Try on low HP, there needs to be very careful. No way actually has been tagged down, similarly so. They should survive. I mentioned I wanted to see some aggression. I wanted to see something from Made in Brazil to show some confidence and some comfortability. That press from BRN into apartments cemented the advantage, got him an upgrade. That is what I want to see. Some calculated, small risk presses for information. 2 in a row secured, but this T-side economy is still not broken. Imperial had done well to build up quite the bank. It is finally running dry, though, it appears. Try will get boosted over the smoke. Actually, just not even a smoke in his way, just over top middle. Hoping to get an offensive kill. This player Khan spotted, not found. Lucky to be alive. And Phelps exploited now. He's been stomping around an underpass for a couple rounds. And Sani adjusts and pivots accordingly. It's a clean opener once more for Made in Brazil.
They've had a couple entries here as of late. Or been able to string things back for a 2-for-1 trade. Regardless, the CT's been able to maintain a man advantage here. Something they had not been able to do in the prior rounds. Imperial starting to stall a little bit. No way gets a trade onto X at the long last. Can't really call it a trade frag, but it's an evening one. Try, though, dropped in the interim by Drop, and Sani around as well. Flash is raining in from the CT side. Counter utility comes through. The Senti finds Sani top of stairs exposed. Drop over towards triple BRN in jungle. He has Descenti out on balcony alone, and it's all up to No Way. Takes a ding through the box. Or maybe a wallbang leg shot from the op of safe. And No Way's going to try to attempt the save again. It's going to be a pretty hard one as he has 2 HP. Now, the money's still not great for MIBR. They might not attempt a hunt. In fact, they probably shouldn't, given they have the bomb down in their vicinity. Their money is low. Let him save. But if I'm Imperial, I'm calling a timeout to the next round.
Last real attempt at a buy before their economy's diminished. Don't want to give Made in Brazil a complete way back into it. A tied ball game at 6 a pop would be, by most metrics, very disappointing, if not catastrophic for Imperial, given their start. And there's that timeout you mentioned. Veteran IGL of Vinny, probably calling that one. Does make sense. Try. Drops an AK to his teammate, picks up an op for himself. That's the one that was saved in the round prior. And I'm worried for Imperial because they're getting a little bit too, not comfortable, but readable. Specifically Phelps, he's been going underpass almost every round. You saw just one simple self-flash from Insani is all it took to do him in. Try as well has been missing a fair few op shots. Did not see that yesterday. A little bit concerning for Imperial's future endeavors in this closed qualifier.
Well, here's Imperial's chance to really swing the pendulum back to their favor, or MIBR are going to get close to tying this up as we get towards the end of the first half. 6 in a row for Imperial, 3 in a row for MIBR. Very streaky start for both teams. Op for safe over towards jungle, migrating between that and connector. Drop. Nade well timed. Doesn't do as much damage as I thought it would, but still lets those players into that little 1 dink range for the M4s that adorn 3 out of the 5 MIBR players. No utility really left over for Imperial, just a couple of smokes. They use one of those, a couple of Molotovs, a flash, and a nade. And they're stuck in mid. It's the sort of quicksand that mid can become.
Yeah, it's either both teams challenge or you have to press through it. And right now they're just kind of stuck. They have control, but MIBR aren't challenging. On the up catwalk is the call. Try the spear point. The figurehead finds one. Immediate trade from Safe, though, and a chunky nade onto 2 more. Insani spamming the smoke finds Vinny.
Bomb.
Insani jumping around the smoke finds another. Exit catches lurking Descenti, and the last alive is Phelps. He came through under. 20 seconds left. No bomb. 79 HP. And no aspirations in this round. He's going to save yet again. Made in Brazil. Waking up 4 in a row. This one's a convincing victory as well, with 4/5 of the team surviving. Imperial, again, too transparent. Not looking far enough ahead into the future. And that is getting exploited by Made in Brazil.
Yeah. And I don't know the answer for Imperial either here, because they're losing a lot of aim duels, and they're getting out red.
The reads are most concerning to me. The man like Vinny at the helm, normally it's a very deep strat book.
You would expect it to be, but they're going back to mid again. This mid scrim that has not worked for them in the last 4 rounds. Vinny just taken down by drop, swings out, good flash over, allows Insani to swing. Phelps will double up. He's still alive and kicking with that saved AK. But it's a man advantage for MIBR nonetheless as the smoke settles.
Bomb's bottom middle too.
Yep, that's going to be tough to recover with the op and window. 1 on cat, 1 bottom con. Although Descenti's creep out A might actually be able to yield the kill onto exit or onto BR. Never mind. Phelps down. It's all over, unless Descenti pulls off a miracle 1v3 with the Deagle in hand. Not very likely here. He has a lot of time, but his time is probably going to get expired pretty quickly because he's going to be red. They're going to realize the possible
already
angles.
is red.
Yeah, he's already red. He took too long.
So BRN's already weary of window. Safe's at chair holding with an AK now.
Smart
Round's
play.
done. Question is, will Descenti get a gift before he shuffles off his mortal coil? Shouldn't be saving in this one.
I think ladder has him. BRN, good angle. Yep, easy. Perfect read for BRN. Good read again by MIBR. Imperial showing like a picture book to the Made in Brazil squad. Look how even the kills are across MIBR as well. 7, 7, 6, 6, and 6. All players between 1 kill of the other.
Team woke up. No individual is carrying the squad.
That's
Everybody's
your
here
ideal
to play.
situation.
Especially on the CT side, you just become a wall. Sometimes it's okay to have a star, stand out, spear point on the T side, but on the CT side, a wall. Definitely your ideal. Straight out A is the call for Imperial, trying to just do something simple, no frills, get back into the groove, at least bring some semblance of their lead into the second half, but early goings are mixed at best. 3 versus 3, 3 versus 2 actually secured as Vinny finds Safe. Descenti and Sandwich takes down 1, just BRN in window, trying to keep Made in Brazil in the driver's seat for the final round of this first half. Good kill onto the first. The second, though, is holding his position. Swing comes in. Descenti gets the kill. Imperial retain their lead. We'll see you after the break. Imperial started strong, 6 in a row, 6-0. And now their lead is a small semblance of what it once was. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs to bring you the action. Imperial, again, a narrow lead, 7-5. After that 6-0 sprint, they lost 5 in a row and capped off the half with signs of life at the very least. Now they're on the CT side, generally considered the easier of the two. Made in Brazil, though, were hot on pistol rounds yesterday. Can they find this one? If they do so, it should be an easy bout back to a tied ball game. If not, Imperial can reestablish a lead. Pop out of Palace is the call. All 5 Ts are here, and BRN opens things up right for the team, but no way. Quick trade in response. Insani tit for tat. Retains an advantage as the bomb hits dirt. That P250 Super Soldier for him. Very scary prospect for the remaining Imperial players. I didn't see if there's a kit, but I don't think there is. Try a flank at ramp is good for one, but only one. Trades back and forth, leave the IGL of Vinny in a 1v2, an unenviable spot. It's going to clear out the side at least. The issue is there's 2 at very disparate angles. Spot comes in, it's back and forth, stuck between a literal 180 set of angles. Impossible for Vinny. Made in Brazil, 1 away from tying it up.
And they should get this tie as well. It's going to be a Eco or a Force Buy from Imperial. I think the Eco is more likely, given their tendencies from last night. Yeah, I think it's going to be USPs across the board. Maybe a Zeus. Wouldn't mind seeing that. P250 for Descenti. Flash for Tron. That's all they're going to invest in here. MIBR, a couple of SMGs. The MAC-10s on drop and exit to go farm up some cash. And Zani safe and BRN all across AKs. And No Way does have that Zeus. Okay, there we go. Rechargeable Zeus. Let's see if it works today. 1 Zeus attempt last night. Failed, unfortunately. The sound effects when you get a Zeus kill. 10 out of 10. Gotta love it. And maybe even a kill. Okay, he's cleared out by X. I was thinking maybe Vin can get that one and turn something crazy out of this round. But Descenti only able to get 1. Phelps, he picks up another one. Dink on to save, but overall, this one should end about as you would expect. A couple of kills, though, on the USPs, and essentially only USPs is not bad for Imperial. For MIBR, while they'll be able to keep all their AKs up, a little bit of something in the back of the minds as Insani gets dinked down as well. Try finished off. And we're tied at 7 here. Last night, these 2 teams played Mirage. It was an 8-4 T-half for Imperial. 7-5 this time, and tie game early. into the second half. AKs across the board on MIBR, Imperial M4s. With a A4 on Vinny. Okay amount of utility though. There's one glaring problem, Nate. I know you know exactly what I'm thinking about. There's no defuse kit.
Always the kit overlooked. Elements aren't required, but they don't necessarily know that. Theoretically, a MAC-10 could still be in play. Also interesting to me that Vinny's the one with the A4. If I recall correctly, he was very big on the AUG yesterday, and Phelps was the one on the A4. So now he's on the A1S. He's still at the top of the board for his team as well. BRN beginning to stand out from the pack on the side of Made in Brazil as well. Kind of at a standstill, but decision's already been made. It's going to be a play over towards B. One player lurking at A. That was Insani. He's already taken down by No Way, and now the take comes through. Vinny backside, ready to defend, only gets one. His teammate finds nothing. Phelps, the last man in defense on Catwalk, does find one. Maintains an advantage. Safe and drop, though. Will get that bomb down. Safe as well. Actually finds a kill on the Phelps scaling. Good trade from Descenti. No Way as well, chiming in from back at the door of Market. Imperial back into the winner's column, taking the first rifle round and reestablishing a lead. 8-7. Made in Brazil should have plenty of money to reinvest. Actually, not as much as I would have thought they would have for round number 16.
The lack of money here for MIBR actually is a huge blessing for Imperial because they lost 3 players in the last round. That's not a good situation to be in. And they allowed the bomb plan to come through from Made in Brazil too. So there's definitely a case for a force buy or a full investment from MIBR. A timeout used there first. And I think this is a good call because, again, there is that case to be made going all in. There's also the case to be made of going for a half buy and securing a full rifle round in the follow. To go for the half buy here, it's both playing the long game and yet playing a little bit scared. Because if you're MIBR, you have to kind of think too. You give Imperial 9, things are going to start to spiral out of control very quickly if you lose that gun round. But you go all in, you lose it, it's going to be 10 regardless for Imperial. But with the lack of money on the CT side, that full buy, very tempting.
Very tempting. Gonna do what we've seen throughout this closed qualifier. It's kind of a mixed bag. They have one hero rifle. That's Insani, who's bought down quite low. But everybody else is on the save/eco investment. Some Tech 9s, a P250, some Kevlar on a couple, and some utility. Out ramp they'll go. Straight out with the flashes. No one's on the site proper. A lot of presence was put towards middle instead. Descenti, the only one here on the site proper. And he's all the way back CT. A pair for him, another for Phelps. In the chaos, and might get the bomb plant. No, it's been stopped at least for the time being. And Sani only good for one. BRN in a clutch, in an unenviable spot for him. Timing is good for the first kill, but still 3 stand between him and victory in this round. Gonna try and hold angles and hope that someone presses in at the right time, but with no Kevlar, it becomes an even more difficult task. He's been spotted. Good duel one. Nice shot on to try. A big name to take away. No Way is also low on HP. This is doable for BRN, who has stood out as the individual to look at in this game for Made in Brazil. Vinny and No Way playing separately during this duel. Does not expect CT. He needs to get this kill quick and turn around. No, he will not find No Way. Bomb plant and 2 kills, though, in the 1-4. More than you could have reasonably expected. Vinny getting dropped a rifle from his teammate. I've been talking to the boys instead. Defuse delayed, but coming through. Plenty of time for that. 9-7 for Imperial. That bomb plant should give Made in Brazil good footing to stand on in round number 17.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit better here for Imperial as they win that one. Timeout, technical timeout called, which may be...
It's Vinny.
Yep.
Saw AFK with a rifle drop to his feet, so that makes sense.
Yeah. We'll figure out what's going on there. But for Imperial, again, they lose a considerable amount of their team. 3 players down is not ideal. Tech pause has concluded though, so we'll get back to the action here. Bomb plant also helps MIBR significantly, getting safe onto an op. Try does not have one, and there's no hope of him getting one either.
So no match medic.
Oh, there he goes.
But no match medic.
Curious.
He was alive at the end of the round.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he disconnected before it concluded. I'm not sure.
That could be it. If you got DC before it concluded, then it's rip.
Makes it so that effectively only one person survived in the round prior. Hamstrings this economy further. They have full rifles at least, but they're definitely lacking utility on a majority of the squad.
Everyone but Try.
Made in Brazil as well, fielding the hurt economically. Insani's on a Galil, but that bomb plant does miracles for their overall economy. I'd say they're favored just because of the amount of utility and that op for safe.
Bomb top middle. MIBR have full control of it. 4 players out. Various locations in the mid portion of the map. Phelps is going to get run into, though. There's one behind him. They've not seen each other, and Phelps gets the spot. Has some help as well from No Way Up in ladder. Now the information is given over. Vinny tries to hold things down as Try gets taken down. No Way into Senti. A couple of big kills here to lock it down. Bomb and Con getting sandwiched. And it retreats away from No Way and into Underpass. As Insani's worked his way out of A. Silence. Very deadly. Safes op. No Way. Insani's watched for, however. And he is greeted with death. Just one left. It's 24 HP on safe. Not a lot of time. That op saving over is the imperative part for his mission now. Senti low HP walks into the op scope. No chance of winning that duel. And so 2 players will survive again for Imperial, presumably, unless Vinny gets caught here at the end. So with time about to end 3, 2, and 1. Imperial have their double-digit lead. Keep on struggling for money. But MIBR, even worse for wear. All their players around that $2,500 mark.
I'm very surprised they even justified the hunt for 1 player, Imperial. 3 surviving there would actually help out their economy rather seriously. Still okay. Everybody has rifles, but Try is completely lacking utility. Another tact time used by Made in Brazil makes sense. Things are beginning to slip away from them. Right when it looked recoverable, right when it looked like they righted the ship, it's steering once more in the wrong direction. It's listed further away. How are they going to play around this hero op? That's my biggest question. It's kind of set their economy off kilter as well. Save only has 400 in the bank. Everybody else is around 2K. So theoretically, even if everybody saved, Safe would still not have a solid buy in the next round unless he managed to survive with this op in hand. To see what they elect to do. Exit and drop have Kevlar at least to back up their pistols. Looks like maybe a B split on the cards. 2 top mid, 1 lining up a smoke and spawn, and 2 towards the apartments. No ways. Dinked down, combined fire. Exit, a nasty shot at range. It started off, drop finishes it. Now BRN, it's his turn. Smoke criminal. 2 lurking, it's in the apartments. Wants to further the advantage, but MIBR aren't going to commit anywhere as of yet. They know that Imperial like getting aggressive. They know that Imperial are hungry for information. So they'll wait for the defense to come to them.
Does Try get any information on his peaks? Doesn't look like it. Run boost across for exit. He will not be shut down. The spray from Phelps only gets about half damage onto the first man over. Vinny up on the catwalk has to be very careful. His drop now holds an AK. The op of Safe also looking for kills. Phelps still smoked off. Vinny, though, swings, spots out 2. Phelps, 1, and now Try chimes in as well as Vinny drops on Cat. B-side open. And Phelps is sprinting over to try and stop this bomb plant, but BRN all the way through market door. Phelps out on site, however, spots the gun barrel, and Insani removed. BRN now last alive. Phelps just tossing utility around, smokes off the bomb, It puts BRN in a 1 versus 2 situation, a very winnable one if he can recover a rifle. He does just that in that smoke. He'll play around as trying to Senti close the gap. The MP9 will win the duel. And so Imperial again limping to round victories. Only 2 alive once more. How many times have we seen that in the CT side? Doesn't matter though. They keep their head above water. They keep on piling rounds on the board. They're 2 away from taking their map pick over Made in Brazil.
BRN, again haunted by the lack of Kevlar. Was a winnable clutch. Would have been 1 versus 3. Said the team of Made in Brazil woke up in unison. BRN kind of became the figurehead here, but everybody else has quieted it down a good bit. Surprising as well, BRN is not the man you look to shine individually. He's actually the worst in terms of HLTV rating, individually speaking. He's far more of a team player, of a supportive player. Having a lot of success on this map. Try finally has an op in his hand for the CT side, and he will not let that opportunity miss. Wins the opper's duel. I don't know if Safe had an op or not, but he was posted up bottom ramp and caught cleanly.
I feel like he had a scope of some sort, op or scout. Oh, it's not. There it is.
Very unfortunate, heavy loss taken early.
Doesn't even fire a shot.
No, he doesn't. T-side still want to go for this A-take, though, it looks like at least. Exit going to line up some utility for middle from spawn, just to keep rotations from coming through. In Brazil, just going to bide their time and wait for the precise moment they want to commit.
Imperial not over-aggressing this round. I think they've learned their lesson from the one prior. They're just taking it nice and easy. Vicenti, burned in position. Drop will run him down. Nobody else there to support on site as MIBR close the gap, try to get the bomb down, eventually try out through CT, though, has a nice shot. Phelps falls in the interim, 3 versus 3. No way up on stairs, 1 for 1 with Exit, leaving Try and Vinny in a 2v2 against Exit and BRN. Bomb going down, jungle contact lost by Vinny, now a 1 versus 2 for Try. The op, the Rock of Imperial, has not had a very spicy map so far. But the CT side opping is where he has a chance to recover that prowess. Over top of ticket, drops back down. BRN dancing around triple. All comes down to timing here for Try. Can he find the man close? Can he get the guy far? Neither will be the case. Op for Safe, and despite Try's opening and best efforts, MIBR stomp all over A. And given the amount of damage they've done to the CT side economy in the rounds prior, there is nothing Imperial can do buy-wise. Phelps is down to 1,400. Just going to be some pistol upgrades for Imperial, and MIBR should be well on their way to a 9th.
Well on their way. And again, the comeback from there seems far more feasible. It feels like right when Made in Brazil get in striking range, Imperial edges just further ahead. Full save. No way, the only one to look at for any potential damage. He's a 5-7 in Kevlar. The USPs can connect, but it's very difficult. Again, A-site take on the cards for Made in Brazil. All 5 are here. I don't like the way they wait. The issue is that they're not doing anything elsewhere on the map. They're not getting another piece into position. They're just biding their time in hopes of aggression. And if Imperial do choose to get aggressive, it can be easily read from there. Out they finally come. There's only 2 players remaining for the defense. They expect much damage to be done by them. They finally get 1. It's Phelps. Drop in trade. But that's all this team will find. 11-9, again within 2. Imperial will scrounge together what they can in this round. FAMAS for Phelps. Vinny, probably going to be similarly armed, if not with an MP9. I imagine he wants some utility, but we'll see. It's actually the A4 for him. And no kit present once more. Phelps buying a helmet instead. Worrying signs for Imperial should things get to post-plant.
Things haven't exactly gotten to post-plan all too often successfully for Imperial. A couple of times, but they've been fast retakes where the kit wouldn't have even been necessary. Still, you always want that security, and that's why the kit's so important. Lack of utility are already a factor here for Imperial, and Vinny pushing up aggressively is being watched for by Mirage. Good flash in, and Vinny wins that one. Not clean. The job is done. Gets out of dodge and should evade that nade as he dives out of window and in towards B. Opening pick for Imperial. No refrag yet for Made in Brazil. A little more back and forth on the second half than the earlier game last night. Phelps might even be able to spot Safe out if he peeks a little bit further to the left. Nobody's watching for the cat play. Exit creeping up Khan. Might be able to get up for free. Where's No Way? Safe's walk in! Oh, that's a missy engagement for Phelps. He's got to try to fight his way out of this. Good nade. Never mind. It goes under Phelps, and was that smoke blooms? He'll dance away. Safe up on top of the catware railing, and Phelps might actually push on through. Be a expected play from Safe, but he's got to keep an eye on too many different angles. He's in such an exposed position. He's put himself in a real rock and hard play situation. Drop walking out. Phelps is caught. Yeah, 15 seconds at D. Drop, huge one onto No Way. Descenti mollied off. Cannot stop the bomb plant here. Insani gets that down to dirt. Try. Finishes off exit. Safe still up on Cat. Vinny coming from behind. Nobody watching for him. Safe now creeps in towards ladder, and Vinny taps away wildly. Down to the hand of Insani. Last two players up through CT. Try and Descenti. Flash goes high from Insani. Drop around default, playing time. No kit, no time for this defuse, and Insani can lock them in. Make them pay, as MIBR will draw within one. But how much damage can they do in the end? Big one from Descenti to find to stay alive. Drop going to continue the aggression. Safe might join the party too. Drop peeks out. Spotted. Nice one onto Descenti. Chance for more. Cannot get Try, but that's a huge kill to find, as there's only one gun moving forward for the CTs. And it should be 11-11 scoreline and Make-A-Wish Made in Brazil. It might be coming true here in a few rounds.
They've earned this. It's been a fair few convincing ones. Again, not the fanciest from a Made in Brazil. In fact, I have a lot of criticisms for Made in Brazil. But to their credit, Imperial can't solve the conundrum. To us, it looks so easy because Made in Brazil are just sitting in ramp and waiting. But Imperial don't have the luxury of a mini-map. They don't have the luxury of expert. They have a mini-map. They don't have the location of all their opponents. 11-10. And as you mentioned, 11-11 seems very likely. That pause was called by Imperial. They're not going to buy into this round, so we prefer to see it in the following instead. Try the hero rifle. Again, it's had an okay map. It's been okay. Not terrible. Definitely not what we saw from him yesterday, though. We saw far more impact from him in yesterday's matchups. In Brazil, no question. Full investment as always. Still present for Safe. Pop out middle for Made in Brazil pretty early on, given their pacing in the second half.
Nice mid-scrim with the M4, peeking and taking point, gets two. Vinny's P250 strikes in a drop, and just as the coin drops to the ground, it's an explosion out mid. Now Vinny has a second, only one left, and none left for MIBR, as it's a flawless victory on the pistol save round. Hero rifle for Try, works wonders, and Imperial explode to map point here, 12 on the board. And MIBR forced to buy up. The timeout massive for Imperial. And for Made in Brazil, they'll have 2 Tech 9s. Use their third of their 3 timeouts. Just when they seem to be getting momentum and steam, the wind ripped out of the sails. The sails themselves ripped to shreds. And the boat, rudderless and powerless adrift amongst the sea.
That's a backbreaker. A major blow. A much-needed round for Imperial to get some confidence back. The individuals shining through in that one. 12-10. I said it before. Right when it feels like Made in Brazil are within striking distance, right when it feels like they've made the comeback work, it's ripped away from them. That's no different. It should have been an 11-11. It should have been a tied ball game, but no. The individuals chose to answer for Imperial off the back of that timeout, as you mentioned. And now they have a tremendous advantage in round 23. Full rifles versus a compromised investment from Made in Brazil. Safe at least has his op, but Insani's stuck on a Deagle. BRN, as you mentioned, stuck on a Tech 9. Utility leaves us wanting more. Imperial. They put it across the line here. It'll be the exact same scoreline we saw yesterday, 13-10. Made in Brazil, going back to what worked before, the A site take after a bit of a delay.
That double nade up towards top middle. Massive damage onto exit and safe. Both players down half or lower. Try. Holding close. Has support from Decenti. Try now backs. Oh, they both go to utility? That's a lack of communication. That could turn the tide, but Try is able to turn it back with a trade on to safe. That off down. No way. As Try with him, he's actually trying to get the second. He's burning alive, and No Way cannot really get anything from stairs. 3 versus 3. Phelps out middle. Try. Need to finish up for him. What they could not do last night against Payne. Clean up for the leadoff man. Sani has the op, and his strike on a No Way spots him instantly in con. And now, 2 players coming CT side, 1 jungle. And 1 CT proper, that's Vinny. And Sani's on the angle. Vinny swings out wide, and Sani misses after such a good start. All up to exit now, 1 versus 2. Phelps solo on HP. Vinny spraying, Phelps creeping, spots out exit. Good headshot flick onto the first. Vinny on ticket, sees the nade, knows exactly where exit is. It's all a game of cat and mouse now. Vinny does have the kit. Exit peeks, doesn't get the shot, but he's buying time. That's what he needs to do. Kill that clock. Munch it up! But Vinny's able to clutch it up for his team. And Imperial escape with map 1 victory. It got close, it got hairy and scary. But they're able to win it with the same scoreline as they did last night. 13-10 on map 1.
So man you want in the 1v1 or the 1v exit is Vinny. Plays it perfectly. He knows that exit can run around the site and buy time ad infinitum if necessary. Take that out of the equation. Jump up, take the 1v1 that way, win the round. And again, much like yesterday, this is a start. This is a map where both teams don't look infallible. They don't look like gods, but at least Imperial edges it out in the end. Again, the same scoreline as yesterday on this very map, 13-10 for Imperial, and they're looking very good heading into Vertigo.
Very good indeed. Vertigo's our second map in this best of 3 series. Nuke, our decider if we go that far. But these teams are going to need a break. We get one as well. When we return, we'll figure out if MIBR can push us to Nuke, or if Imperial will have a repeat of yesterday and steal away Vertigo from their opponents. Stick around and stay tuned. We'll be right back. We're back, and so are MIBR and Imperial. It's Boggs and Pineapple, Phillips and Nate. That first one a little bit tumultuous for Imperial, but they got the job done in the end, got out of the gates incredibly fast with a 6-0 lead, tightened up quite a bit with a 7-5 half finish, and then in that second half it tied up 7-all, and we should have had an 11-11 scoreline, but a flawless hero rifle P250 investment round from Imperial pushed them over the line, and completely obliterated whatever hope MIBR had of taking that map.
Yeah, it was just made in Brazil too slow to get the ball rolling. They were down 0-6 at the start of the map. They were chasing the coattails of their opponents and got really close to actually tying it up multiple times. As you mentioned, they did once, but it just felt like they were always right there and then pushed back behind all the way to the very end. Both teams looking very, very worrisome in my opinion. There's a lot of things that could be readily exploited for both teams. Made in Brazil and Imperial both look pretty readable. Made in Brazil specifically kind of dawdling around, just sitting there waiting for time without doing anything with said time. Imperial kind of getting stuck in a rut and going for the same antics over and over again. These are things that I would definitely be cluing into if I was Payne watching this game from the sidelines.
But Payne also themselves fall victim to that wait for an obscene amount of time in the middle and do nothing. So they also have that same sort of weakness that MIBR showcased too. It's just Payne had the individuals yesterday, particularly Luck stepped up in big moments to push them over the line. MIBR needs someone to do that too. I'm looking again at Insani to step up. He had a better performance today in the first map than he did yesterday, but it still wasn't up to the star level we know he's capable of and we have seen before. And for Safe too, he had a better performance than last night. But overall, the rest of the team just ended up coming up short when it mattered. And they lost the big moments. And that is really why they lost that map. Yeah, they got out of the gate slow, but they still brought it back in the end to a respectable scoreline, considering they do technically have a better offense than defense on Mirage. Their win rate, not good on it at all. They've only won it once. But it comes down to winning in the big moments. Vinny had that 1v1 huge. We're hopping into Vertigo now, and Nate, who on MIBR do you look to pull off that huge play? Do we continue to call upon Insani?
It's Insani who you should be looking to. That star, that young gun who's been a monster, literally takes over entire games, entire series. While he was doing okay last map, still definitely not what you'd expect him to be doing. You expect far more heavy lifting. BRN is actually the only real point to look to for hope, at least in that first map, given how well he did individually. Additionally, we didn't really mention it, but Try, I think, has not lost the Oppers duel yet. I think he's won it 3 or 4 times. His opping has been very solid versus the likes of Made in Brazil. MIBR, straight play up middle. They are on the T side of their map pick. It is Vertigo. Over window they come, and now they scale forward. 2 players playing a close angle. Exit finds a pair. Safe the third before Descenti finally finds inroads in response. He steps between 2, 3 people even. Still finds one before finally falling. As the dust settles, it's just Try, the new addition versus 2. USP in hand can work. It will succeed for the first, but not the second. The Glock of drop is too quick on the rebuttal. Made in Brazil start things off far earlier on this map than they did in the map prior. 1-0 on Vertigo.
Well, it's that T-side pistol that seems to be the winning equation right now. So far, the T-side has won all the pistols, 3 for 3. CZ on Try, though. That's an interesting one. Don't see that all too often these days, since the 5-7 got its buff a long time ago now. Flash in, drop blinded, push it down towards B stairs. No Way has the first. Caps going through, but Vinny's found a second kill. All 5 players from Imperial converging upon the bottom of B. And somehow, some ways, even 2v2, 1v1! All this damage, and maybe even the round. BRN has an AK in hand. The MAC-10 might actually suit him better than that reload. Gives Descenti all the information he needs. Spotted out and taken down to 65 HP. Descenti creeps up the stairwell. Good read by BRN. But what a costly round for MIBR, losing 4 of 5. Imperial get massive damage. And that's going to keep this T-side economy very honest, very early. And a prime opportunity for Imperial to turn this one around and get something good going early. And not allow what happened to MIBR in the first map happen to them here and now.
No bonus. In fact, the buy of Imperial looks better than that of Made in Brazil. It's not typically the case on round number 3. Full M4s versus 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a MAC-10. Sure, the utility's better. The outclass in terms of weaponry. Spam back and forth. Try. There's so much damage, but can't get the kill. Safe wins that. Phelps now at bat up close, 2 and a third. Very likely this player's lit. No. Safe despite the low HP. Still manages to eke by and survive. Even footing. Never mind. No way. Shuts that door. Finds another over towards A, re-aggressing. Ascenti also further bolsters this site. Pushing side hall. He'll get one spot. The second just safe. The man I mentioned low on HP. He's gotten the only 2 kills for his team thus far in this round. He should not find a third either. Imperial have done very well on rifle rounds. They've not let pistol round losses get away from them. It was the same yesterday in the first series. Do you recall they lost 3 of those 4 pistol rounds?
Yep, 3 of 4.
But they still, I think every single time, won round 3 when the rifles came through. Actually, they might have forced once and won that as well.
They did force once. I don't think they won it right after the pistol, but they had one, I think it was a couple gun rounds deep that they won.
Safe, given space, gonna save.
Yeah, Imperial can't really hunt this. They can't afford it either. Neither team's strong economically yet. Still, the fact that Imperial got 4 kills in round 2 on nothing invested really besides a couple of pistols should never happen if you're MIBR. That's something you cannot allow to happen. And it's something that can come back and burn you.
It already has.
Yeah. They're going to go for another... They're going to go all in around this?
They're dropping
Question
rifles.
mark?
Yep. BRN dropped one. Dropped one. Insani, exit, and safe. The 3 rifles. The other 2 don't even have Kevlar. Drop one on Deagle, BRN on a literal smoke and Glock. Quite the hill to die on early on. Aggression on ramp and a good flash in. Nets 1. Insani a quick trade, but exits low now, and the MP9 I'm trying to harvest some cash. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Line him up, knock him down. The last alive is easy pickings for No Way. Imperial swiftly tie things up at 2 a pop. And Made in Brazil now forced to actually smell the roses and go for a full save.
This should be Imperial's first lead of Vertigo. And if we look back to Vertigo 2 series ago for these 2 teams, it was an 8-4 Imperial CT half to start off the map. They'll look to equalize or do better this Imperial side. Phelps looking around. Won't see anything, and so MIBR will back away from A ramp and try their luck over on B stairs from the looks of things here. Don't see anyone too aggressive. In fact, it's Vinny very far removed. Ascenti and try over towards middle. Vinny can get overwhelmed here, and a bomb plant is definitely possible. But he spots out one. Maybe reinforcements will be called for as well.
It's the pistol conga.
Mm-hmm.
They're hoping that they find someone close. Vinny was too far away to really pounce upon. They want to go for that kind of contact play, find someone close, and then let the numbers surprise them. Maybe Phelps. Phelps down the ramp does find one. He's been pressuring this ramp. This is very readable. I'm sure this is something that Made in Brazil will look to exploit in further rounds. Against pistols, the M4 sings until the last. BRN catches him with no ammo in the mag. 3-2, Imperial established the lead early on. Quick response given their pistol round loss. Phelps harvesting early on.
Phelps is definitely having himself another good map. Great on Mirage and looking good early on Vertigo as well. There's another one from him. He doesn't go all the way down ramp, instead peeks from the side. And another opening kill found for Imperial on the CT side. Flash in. Vinny will not peek too aggressively. So MIBR still spread around the map here. Trying to find inroads elsewhere. As A has been denied for now. Nice angle from Try, spots the elbow, ready for the peek. Hits the headshot. And Insani also down for the count. No way. Go ahead.
Hit in Brazil. Just been struggling. No clear direction in mind. Trying to run defaults, just clearing things with a face check. This angle, we saw it yesterday, should be expected from Phelps. There's no way to really counter it other than nade over. So they know. They're walking up on the left side purely because they don't want to get spotted by Phelps. Phelps gets felled, but no way above. Gets 2 and tags the 3rd. Try on the side hole was already waiting. 3 survive again for Imperial. Their economy is building rapidly. And Made in Brazil look lost.
They look lost. They feel lost. They were able to bring things back on Mirage, at least a little bit. But Imperial are looking more and more comfortable, and the fact that Phelps is yet to be punished on these hyper-aggressive A peaks is incredibly concerning. He will actually not go for it this time. Here's some footsteps up ramp, but instead boosts up this time. Molotov will not force an engagement. Phelps has a lot of information. Exits down to 17 HP, excuse me. Another nade goes in. Another one flies over, and so Exit finally obliterated. The artillery strikes doing him in. No way, goes down and sent. Try actually falls. Oh, probably a couple on the Deagle. That's economic damage, but the economy so strong for Imperial, it's almost a moot point. 5 now for them in a row as well. And Made in Brazil, it's timeout time here, boys. Because this is your home, this is your map, this is your best map. And you are being steamrolled by a team which does not care for Vertigo all that much. And in fact, until last night, had not beaten you on it.
Being trounced. They look downtrodden. This is not the Made in Brazil we know.
I brought up earlier.
Yeah, it feels like the mental is gone. It feels like after that round that I talked about, the round that would have been 11-11 had it not been that tremendous individual performance from Try on the right. After that round, in Brazil had the wind taken out of their sails. You mentioned it. Sails have been shredded. And unfortunately for them, can't prime shipping some more sails. Hoping they had a reset somewhere along the line, but clearly not. Finally have an opening. Finally have an advantage. Wait, what will they do with that advantage? Just wait. Hope for someone else to get aggressive. Imperial. More than content holding their lines as we cross that minute mark.
Utility being used. That man advantage. Plenty of opportunity for MIBR. Safe being a bit of a human decoy. As B is the take and B is red. 3 of 4 here to defend for Imperial. Utility coming through and Exit caught with utility in hand. Phelps takes down the lurk as well. The op of Try is here to hold. He's blind and drop will remove him adequately. Mini coming through. Sprays away but he cannot find it. So much damage, but yet not enough for Phelps. 1 kill and he should have had a couple more. All but on the last 2. But Made in Brazil are able to keep this one in their favor. So close, and yet so far. Imperial still plenty of money. But a little bit of an inroad now for Made in Brazil. To get a rifle round back in on the scoreboard. And Try has the op. Money starting to dwindle significantly though for Imperial. 2 players under the $1,000, under the $500 mark if you really want to get specific. And Phelps sitting just about the 2K mark at 1,900. There's chances here for Made in Brazil to tie this one up at 5.
There are early aggression again at ramp for both teams. Damage exchanged. Nothing insane though. Just a shot or 2 into each individual involved. Those nades have been punishing from Imperial. No kills for them. Instead, it's safe to open things up. There we go. finally winning the Opera's duel here on Vertigo. Descenti is going to try his hand with the zoomed weapon now, taking up Try's stead. Made a result much like the last round, but quicker this time. Show presence A, get a pick, and turn your sights on to B. Vinny has the ideal weapon for this, the A4. Extra ammo, faster fire rate for close range. Swinging out, trying to dodge the flashes, does so much damage, he can't get the kill. The up of Descenti hails in comparison to that of Try. It will find nothing. No way, and Phelps should be headed for the hills at this stage, saving these M4s for the following. Made in Brazil, making the most of that last round, riding the momentum. It didn't need to be pretty. It just needed to get them started back into the winner's column. 4-5, and a tremendous resurgence from the attacking squad.
Yeah, a couple little legs back in. And also not continuing to pressure the A site too much. I think has been a good call from Made in Brazil. Drop's able to get one on the exit, and he might actually find the second too. Phelps will drop to exit himself coming up the ramp. And so, no survivors, and a timeout used by Imperial. Descenti automatically buying a Nova was kind of funny to see. It won't be used, presumably, but it was still a funny idea. Hey guys, I got the strat. Nova. That would
Surprised that anyone has the Nova equipped.
I feel personally attacked.
You should. You got the Swag 7, the auto shotgun. No Negev, but you can run the M249.
I use the Negev actually decently often on ecos.
M249 is so worth it.
I just remember watching Cynic on the Negev back in the day, and it inspired me to use that a lot, and so I've actually become decent with it.
There's nothing more maddening than getting destroyed by a Negev.
Oh, it's hilarious. I love it.
So good in the right hands. In Brazil, it's splitting up this time around. One lurking middle, two towards B, two towards A. It's pistols and a hero rifle for Try on the Imperial side of the equation. Seeing rounds like this work into their favor, but I don't feel like this is one of those rounds. And he's really struggled over towards B. He's that anchor. He's been alone more often than not when the take comes through, and he's getting some damage, but he's not getting kills, and that's very, very important as an anchor. Straight play towards B this time around. Vinny again caught. Pistols, though, so you really can't expect too much from them. The question is, what will Try do?
Save. Gotta save.
More than likely a save, yeah, but hoping to at least see him have some action in this round.
Well, Nate, to every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
This is true.
And the reaction to Imperial or to MIBR running over the B side is Imperial go the opposite direction and save. All on A. Saving the pistols is curious, though.
They're running support. Last round they didn't have enough bodies up, and both the rifles dropped.
Vinny does need to get a kill, though, out of that initial take. The anchor's got to be good for one.
At least one. In time, ideally. It's one in time or, multiple.
Bare minimum, buy a lot of time for the rotations to come through, but one is really where you should be. One in time is huge. Two in time? Great. Might not even die at that point.
Eyes are on him because it feels like Made in Brazil have made their decision. They're going to tend heavily towards B.
Oh, yeah.
It's the right call. It's been working out. Try again on the op. Has his favored weapon. And he is actually lurking down ramp with support. BRN takes down the Opera, though, across the map. That is a big opening to find. Again, this game has been very momentum-based, very streaky. Vinny's in position now, bottom stairs of B, but he's going to get cleared the hard way by two. Drop found. Vinny only one. Johnny, an immediate trade, maintains the advantage. No Way has picked up the op as well. In the meanwhile, in Brazil, Here they go. Bomb is trending to A. 3 players here. Side Hall is one. That's BRN. Another stellar map for himself. He finds an opening onto Phelps. Only 2 remain, and Noah's on 6 HP. At this point, they gamble stack B. And if the bomb goes down A, they just save. Can't really contest a 2v4, not with the HP remaining on Noah.
MIBR going to grab a lead here on the T side of Vertigo. And a chance to take a lead into that second half as well. Would be huge for them to accomplish that feat. MIBR better on the defense too. So are Imperial. Only 34.5% win rate on the CT side. Or on the T side, excuse me. That is far from good enough, Nate. And I'm thinking Nuke might be a very real possibility here sooner rather than later. No way at least one to try and hold on to the op.
Still being tested, though. He'll have the money to go for this hunt, and no, he misses the shot. He's going to hold on for dear life. He's forced to peek at this point. Should be dead. There we go. Ops overwhelmed throughout this series. That round's no different. BRN on the flank as well drops to Senti. Don't let that one fall by the wayside. It's the last round of the half, and no weapons being saved. Means that Imperial's economy is shambolic. They'll cobble together what they can. Famas's and MP9. 1 hero glass cannon op for try. And a dream. Then he at least has an M4 as well. Made in Brazil. Fixed all their issues. Should establish a lead now with this round. It'll be a very big difference from what we saw yesterday. Keep in mind it was an 8-4 half in favor of Imperial yesterday on this very same map.
There's a nice opener for Descenti. The first time in a while Imperial have started out with a man advantage. That's been all MIBR as of late. Again, very even across the scoreboard for them. Safe lowest on the board. The op on the T side, not too surprising there. BRN again towards the top of the scoreboard. A good individual resurgence from him, but Insani's picking up the pace as well. 8 and 9 for him. Drop and exit just behind at 7 and 6. It's literally 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Straight flush here from MIBR. Try not going to over-aggress on the opposite glass cannon too, so he can't really get out of dodge if he gets tagged. He's about to get run over too. His utility's going to fly in from both sides. Try is isolated. Blinded. He's able to get the first though onto BRN. 2 now down for MIBR. No refrags, no damage as of yet for the T's. 37 seconds to go as they continue their escapades around a ramp, and they've not been allowed to get on towards the site yet. Smoke's down on the site. Molotov's going high. No way spotted, but he still wins his fight against Insani. Phelps on the catwalk spots the elbow of exit, and safe in a 1 versus 5 will not be around for too much longer. 1 kill, maybe 2, but it's all ice on the proverbial cake. Nothing there for him, as we'll have a 6-6 half when we return from the break.
Streaky first half ends at even footing, 6-6, made in Brazil versus Imperial. Pineapple Phillips and Boggs to bring you the action, and Imperial on the harder side of Vertigo. They managed to upset their opponent's map pick yesterday. This map 13-10. Those with a far greater advantage at half of 8-4. This time around, it feels different. In Brazil looking hungry, looking better in form individually and as a team. And this round appears to be more of the same. Insani at range, the USP singing, getting 3 kills thus far, leaving just Vinny and Decenti as the final pair versus the bulk of Made in Brazil. They're both tagged down relatively low as well. Vinny at 33, Decenti at 59. And Insani on for the ace.
He's on for the ace. He's not hunting for it. Showing a bit of reservation. Discipline. Imperial will make a move eventually. They have to. They're on T side, and there's literally no reason to save on pistol round. Unless you're CT and you have armor, and it's like a 1 versus 4. That's the only reason you would ever contemplate a save on a pistol. Decenti boosted up. Sees nothing. Ooh, did he spot someone? Did he spot out save? I think he did just there. And now they make noise. They're going to have to go anyway. Safe's heard that for sure. It's just a matter of which direction they come. He's going to hold the right angle, and they're going to hold for him. Get a dink out of this and run towards A. Vinny's got to deal with Exit here, who will use the catwalk as cover. Decenti eventually finishes off safe, runs it into Insani, who's still on for that ace. But he will not be able to finish off either of Vinny or Decenti just yet. Exit around! He gets the backstab. No ace for Insani, but Exit might just be able to lock it down himself. Won't be able to do just that, and the bomb will be denied. Insani will grab his quad. MIBR grabbed the lead early on the CT side, and this is where they can have the opportunity to really establish themselves and get us over to Nuke. It's not going to be a buy from Imperial at all. The lack of the bomb plant denies that opportunity.
Yes, it does. Hamstrings that T-side economy further, makes them go for a save. That's the first CT pistol we've seen won. And is that 3 of 4 pistols again going the way of Imperial? I think it is.
It is, yeah.
Trends continue. 1 P250, make that 2 for Phelps and Decenti. Slow one, slow burn. Pistols will go out in unison off the flashbang. The M4s at range should have them dead to rights. Look at that, Bjorn's low. Bjorn's down. At least some damage done, but an MP9 can easily pick up that M4. 8-6, Made in Brazil establishing their lead. But Imperial had been very good in the 3rd round of each half.
Well, good work from MIBR to get the job done on the pistol on the 2nd. Now they have to win, or at least do a good amount of damage on the bonus, but winning, of course, makes their lives a whole lot easier. Imperial can try and tie this up, winning this round and then the next. Opportunity here for both sides for MIBR to really look towards that 3rd map for Imperial. To keep this one with a 2-0 potential. Good flashbang. Safe will counter with a nade. Does a little bit of chip damage overall. Spots out 1. Phelps, not the first to go down. It's Vinny instead. BRN again continuing his performance. As Insani will go 1 for 1 here. Safe down. Side hall will get mowed down. Try picks up a pair. But we're still in the 2v2, and the bomb is far removed and recoverable here for Imperial. Decenti creeping up behind, however. I'll have to wonder where Drop is. Where is Drop? Is he underneath? He's under. And he's going to get the freebie onto Phelps, who has knife out, not expecting Drop there at all. What a way to win the round for MIBR.
Tight and contentious till the end. Contact broken. But 2 flanks, 1 from each team. The T side expected, the CT side less so. 9-6. Lead now established in earnest. Bomb plant denied. That means Imperial are on another difficult half by. It's dangerous. Some upgraded pistols and Kevlar. But we've seen nothing to really get excited about on this T side.
Haven't seen too, aside from the first 5-round streak that Imperial had, there really hasn't been too much to be excited about at all. The rounds they've lost have been pretty decisive. Vinny, though, able to get at least one, eliminating BRN first, but he is traded out by Exit over at Sandbags. More utility being used here by Made in Brazil as Imperial fall away off that 1-for-1 trade. They look to go back towards... No, they're going up the elevator to mid now, or the ladder, rather, to mid. And then Sonny has the right read. The problem is, he's all alone. And if he picks the wrong angle to watch, he's done. It's a gun picked up, and now with Safe coming through, that'll help out a lot. Smoke's not going to guys off the vision, but it doesn't matter. Double dink from Try. Now Insani has to shine. 2 on the A1S, tosses the flash high. They know where he is. He's getting some support. Flash works wonders! And Exit's there to keep him alive. 10 now for MIBR, 4 in a row on the second half. Rip. An Imperial necessary gun round. They lose this, it's pretty much curtains. It should be curtains with 11-6, 12-6 right afterwards for MIBR. Imperial's run needs to start now, or it won't start at all.
It needs to be a sprint. It has to be a couple rounds in a row. It can't just be 1. 2 bare minimum, 3 ideal. Of course, anything above 3's best case. Slow one again for Imperial. Holding outside, be a couple bottom ramp and just exchanging broadsides through smokes. Phelps is down to 51. He's slowed down tremendously. He was at 9 kills by round like 4.
I think so, yeah.
He's only gotten 5 since then.
Doesn't Tony see the legs? That's a good read.
Good damage, but no kills. Still 5 versus 5. Minute left in the round, thereabouts. And he just splits. Doesn't hit either one of them. Where is the bomb? What is the choice? It looks like they're boosting one up B, but they're also walking up ramp. Imperial of different mindsets. It looks like they finally made a decision. Finally. Never mind. They're peeking side hall still. They still don't have a clear direction in mind. Time's getting away from them. 40 seconds left. BRN peeks off a timing, finding 1. Exit's there to get a second, and there's only 2 players here. No trades now available. Senti, in the meanwhile, has slinked up a B, but bomb is only just recovered. There's 25 seconds left, and they're down by 2.
There's really no chance for a refrag, and a very questionable push onto the side hall player. Drop now, trying to lock it down. 10 seconds to go. He should have it. There's no time to really plant. They get in the 1 pillar. The bomb stopped. That's it. 11-6. And no survivors either for Imperial. Luckily for them, they die before time. That's the most silver lining they can get out of that round. They're going to call a timeout here, but where was that timeout the round prior? Where is this timeout into this last round, into round 17? Not after. Now the Gulf is 5. The money's not great. And MIBR 1 round away from having at least overtime secured and doubling up their score.
Imperial worrying signs. Again, as you mentioned, not calling timeouts quickly enough. They haven't shown us anything. No real direction, no real leader, it feels like, on this T side. They're all just bumbling about, hoping to find an opening. Slowly yet surely at B and at A. Some cool ideas. That each off angle look towards B, for example. Think down in Sani. They don't have an overarching plan, and that's what they need. Time got away from them and cost them that round. Some players saving, some players buying in round number 18. With an AK, a couple MAC-10s, and a couple pistols. Sani, though, continues to bully Imperial. He's finally showing us his individual form, what we expected to see from him in his closed qualifier. 2 kills secured, still looking for more. He's eclipsed BRN. Well, there's finally a trade from Imperial. Still find themselves down a man and outclassed in weaponry.
Does not bode well here for Imperial. Nuke, all but secured. Slow push coming through from Imperial. If you even want to call it a push, debatable, as they stall out behind the smoke again. Much like Mirage T-side, just milling about. No utility. Another smoke used, so Imperial will have to go through it now. Flashbang thrown high, but Insani continuing his fine form. Adds another one. 4. He's on for the ace. Will he find it? He does indeed. Insani isolates these duels, doesn't even move. He just peeks one by one. And there's map point for MIBR. Now a very different look from them on this map than what we saw yesterday. And a third nuke all but on the cards right now. Insani, though, we've been calling him out and hyping him up for now 4 maps of Counter-Strike, Nate. Actually, no, 6. We hyped him up in that Pain series, too. He's finally delivered with his 22nd now to open up round 19.
Exit furthers it on to try the up or down. This has been a rare quiet map for him. And again, everybody's been quiet on his team, barring Descenti. Timing for Phelps is good. Finally, something going in their favor in this round. Exit snatches it away, finds a trade via No Way, and survives to boot. Point round should be done, as should the map. Phelps and Descenti, the final pair, both towards ramp. A good nade from Safe. Phelps finally does an exit back of sandbags, but still man down. 50 seconds left and only one smoke to work with for the remaining duo of Imperial.
They get the timing onto Safe. Maybe there's an opportunity. But that smoke will telegraph what's happening. Safe goes over top, and Phelps gets caught with his proverbial pants down. Not even a reaction as he gets mowed down by Safe. And Descenti in a 1 versus 3. Walking up. Sees Safe. Sprays away for the 1. Flank coming in. It's Insani. And he'll 1-tap for good measure to end this one. 13-6 domination by Made in Brazil. And they'll run rampant on map number 2 and secure Nuke and the chance for the reverse sweep against Imperial.
Chance for the reverse sweep. The individuals are waking up. They looked better collectively as a team. They didn't waste time on their T side. A miraculous return from Made in Brazil right when we said they might have been defeated. We said they looked downtrodden and guideless at the midway point of that first half, but they rallied the troops. I don't even think they used a timeout to do so either.
I don't think so.
And they have now awoken individually, specifically Insani waking up, really cracks open this third map to me. If Insani can continue this form, this third map might well go the way of a Made in Brazil as well.
I have to agree. I think if Insani continues this form, it will be a third map for Made in Brazil. We saw Imperial not exactly struggle on Nuke, but it wasn't the brightest light for them last night against Pain. And MIBR starting to find confidence, starting to find form. BRN as well, fragging out of his mind, exit chiming in when necessary. The cards are aligning for Made in Brazil. Imperial, a third map or elimination. Will it be MIBR? Will it be Imperial? Pain are waiting, so are we. And we'll find out who it will be after the break.
can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Made in Brazil, Clap back on map number 2. Right there, wrongs from yesterday's matchup. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs here on screen to set up the story for this third decider map. It's Nuke between Made in Brazil and Imperial. And Vertigo left us wanting a lot from the likes of Imperial.
It left us wanting an insane amount from Imperial. But what it did deliver was Insani's performance that we have come to know and expect from him. Massive individual work, particularly in that second half. He took over the game, and that is exactly what we tout him up to be. Someone who can take over a map and run with it. BRN also fantastic for Made in Brazil. Exit chimed in here and there, safe and drop. Not really all needed that much, as Insani and BRN combined for about 40 kills in that 13-6 shellacking of Imperial. A great clapback from MIBR on what was a disappointing loss for them on that map yesterday to kick off the series and to kick off this closed qualifier, bringing us to a third and final map of Nuke. And now Nuke is not a map which MIBR play all too often, 2-4 in the last 3 months, but losses are against Spirit, ENCE, and twice against Bet Boom, all international competition, all very good competition at that. Meanwhile, Imperial's record 9-6, but a 1-1 record against Red Canids, a loss against Pain, or a win against Pain last night, a loss against Fluxo.
On paper, Imperial's heavily favored, but again, it's Made in Brazil playing against the top echelon, the cream of the crop on this map in international competition. You mentioned it, 4-13 losses versus Spirit, 6-13 losses versus ENCE, and something I've noticed specifically on Nuke is that Brazilian Counter-Strike has a very distinct identity on this map when compared to others. It feels very different, and I have to imagine Made in Brazil are going to be more at home facing the likes of Imperial with that kind of swagger and style when compared to international competition.
Yeah, in their only domestic matchup on Nuke, it was a win against Galores, who's not a bad team by any means, not exactly the likes of MIBR, Imperial, Red Canids, or Pain, any of the teams in this tournament, or even Bestias. I would even have to say Case or Audic probably above Galores there as well. But they're not a bad team in the domestic scene, and that's a good sign for MIBR to have that win domestically. The fact that they played against Spirit, against ENCE internationally, have a win internationally against Aurora as well, also bodes well for them. But a lot is going to be left to be determined in this one. Again, I think Insani's performance, very critical for MIBR's success or lack thereof. We saw it here on Vertigo. The last time we have, or the only time this tournament we've seen Insani pop off. So he brings that again. Heavily favor MIBR. He doesn't, he goes silent. Then things get shaky.
My other question is on the other side of the equation. How is Try going to do on Nuke? Normally this is an Opera's playground. It's this map they can play anywhere on the map, especially on CT side. Even T side can be forgiving to it. But he didn't have a terrible last map of Vertigo. He didn't have a statement map either. He was a little bit more shaky than he normally is, missing some opportunities, a little bit more quiet, not quite as consistent as we have lauded him to be, and that is a little bit worrisome. If we have Insani popping off and Try missing shots on a map that he's very much needed on, then I have to agree with you. I think it's going to be a Made in Brazil through and through reverse sweep in this series.
Try was good yesterday against Pain on this map. He was about the only light for Imperial. But when you look at the overall picture, he has not been great today, both on Mirage or on Vertigo. He's been good. He's been adequate. But he has not taken over. He has not stood out. And that's a problem. Try should not be a guy you're like, oh, hey, there's Try. He got a kill with the op. Cool. It should be, there's one for Try with the op. There's another from Try with the op. You should notice his opping presence. It's not an aggressive style. It's not, say, in your face, but it gets results. He finds multi-kills. But we're going to hop in towards Nuke and figure out what we'll find. Are we going to get Insani showing up? Are we going to get Try taking over? Maybe both. We'll find out as we enter in onto the third final. Winner of this map moves on to play Pain. Loser is eliminated from the closed qualifier and will not attend IEM Rio as a player.
Aggression outside is the call. Imperial lost the knife round, it appears, and so they're on the T side. Wrapping around heaven is the call. Exit. Took a peek for information, took some shots to the chest, but is still alive and fighting. Safe has rotated down. They actually doubled back towards Secret. Try at the helm, at the front, finds one. Traded immediately, and Sonny a double. He is carrying over his performance. He really woke up on the pistol round of the second half on Vertigo. Imperial, though, this complicated split has come to fruition. They're on the site, but they are contested. Phelps jumping into controls, caught by BRN. He's also similarly staying hot. The dually have a pair already, and they have a triple. The third up top is Vinny, and he finds no inroads, not even a bomb plant. A succinct one, and again, the individuals, BRN and Insani, lighting up the scoreboard.
Exactly what I was about to mention. Who were the two that got all the kills for MIBR? The two that did the bulk of the work on Vertigo, BRN and Insani. If BRN continues this kind of form too going forward for MIBR, absolutely massive for them. But also very worrisome for whoever has to play again. Because that still leaves Exit as a very solid fragger. Same with Drop, and Safe hasn't really had too huge of a game on either map with his big green gun. There's a lot of room for this MIBR team to grow. Speaking of Safe, he's going to take some aggression and just get forced away.
BRN's their support man. He's quiet normally, and yet he's still been putting up tremendous. It's not even just this game or this series. It was yesterday too.
Mm-hmm. He was their top against Pain, I believe. Or not against Pain, against Imperial earlier.
Against Imperial, yeah. It was Imperial and Pain facing off in that upper bracket. Contact play out ramp. A nice jump across does overwhelm Drop. He's taken out of the round. And Vinny at door, holding for rotations, finds a second with the Glock of all weapons. It makes Imperial call an audible. Double back, sending one through ramp to sow some chaos, maybe throw a fake. The rest have doubled back to lobby.
No armor on the T's.
They have no armor, but they've already got a hefty numbers advantage now. Safe. Be very careful. He's heard tagged through that smoke, then everybody's running through to run him down. Insani timings everything, and he has no helmet on the CT side. Dispatched by a P250. Safe goes 1 for 1, and that does not work in this kind of deficit. BRN does the same from sight, and Imperial steal away a save round in round number 2 to tie us up at 1 apiece, and also steal away the momentum.
Technical pause called, but what a way to pull off their first round of the map. It's Glocks, it's pistols, and they overwhelm MIBR. A little over-aggressive perhaps from the CTs, but you still shouldn't be losing to unarmored players. Not a single piece of armor on the T side. And they got, what, 2 kills out of it?
Yeah.
Abysmal.
First kill makes sense. It's a jump out play towards trophy. Overwhelmed. The MP9 should have gotten 1. But
I don't know
it was
how
still
it
going to fall. My biggest question is, how did Vinny get a Glock kill through door?
There was
not
a hole in the door on the spam.
There was a hole, but he still had to triple dink somebody, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was a double dink.
Unreal. That's when things unravel.
Yeah, it's still salvageable with 3 alive against no armor. And Insani gets domed instantly. I believe he was also tagged a little bit too.
But he had no helmet.
And just collapse from MIBR. They were able to recover on Vertigo from a bit of a collapse at the beginning, but this is it. Win this map and continue. Lose this map and go home. It's MIBR's turn to force. 5-7s on 4. MP9 on safe. Not a single helm.
Helm would be nice versus the M4s. Or that one M4 and the MP9. Not necessary. They're going for what they can. Can they do the same?
3 smokes is weird.
It is. They're trying to just play around the smokes. They were trying to do that last round as well. Sonny dropped the smoke down at the vents there. He's going to go secret. They're not really stacking anything necessarily. It looks like they're actually stacking A. No one in ramp. Imperial appear to be reading this correctly.
No real contact yet for either side. Slow and steady as they move around. Safe and Insani. 1-2. Peeking in. Phelps 1. Unable to get anything done. However, Phelps will answer back. 2 for 1. Now towards secret tunnels. Bomb goes down as well in the lower site. Phelps has to be careful not to give up that AK. If I'm drop exit in BRN, though, I'm saving. There's no reason to throw these away. You can try again in the next round, maybe get another kill or 2. They're going to go in here, lose 1, grab an AK, but lose it right afterwards as Descenti doubles up as well. BRN shares my sentiment. Was already running for the hills before his teammates made contact. And so Imperial will grab an early lead on the T side here. They do have a win percentage above 50% on the attack, Nate. 51.7, 55.9 on defense. Again, the bulk of that against domestic competition, though. In fact, all of it against domestic competition. So we'll see if their affinity for the standard Brazilian flair on this map will serve them well.
Thus far, it's been difficult. In Brazil, have that one saved pistol / Kevlar combo on BRN and nothing more to speak of in the round. Complete save. Insani outside in the yard trying to do something with the USP. And most I expect 2 kills out of this round. There should be no way for Made in Brazil to find inroads.
Keyword should. We all saw what happened 2 rounds ago. That 5-7 for BRN more than anybody else had on Imperial, since he has armor behind it. Insani up in heaven, spots, and retreats.
Two for Descenti. That was also that saved pistol. Insani, though, double dink on the USP before he finally falls. The last life he saved it. Mustang does some damage. Far cry from a kill, however. A slow one for Imperial, but one that was in control and manageable through and through. 3-1. Made in Brazil finally get rifles in hand once more. They're lacking the op, though. We've yet to see the big green brought out for either side. Safe and try, yet to get those in hand. Additionally, there is no kit for the Made in Brazil defense.
No kit for MIBR. They have to find some kills, too, to even make that kit worthwhile. Or have the lack thereof a factor. Exit tagged on the span through the door. Very low on health. Does not do the better of that damage engagement, as Descenti still has just above half his own health. Smoke blown over, and Insani will see nothing, which does give them information at least, but he'll still have to toss the incendiary as a last resort. Maybe somebody did cross. Lobby crunch possible here. So now utility comes through outside. A couple smokes again outer yard. Molotov's ready to throw in on towards the A site. No way, and Phelps ready to run on in. Descenti holding for a squeaky push. Just about 50 seconds to go. Imperial getting ready to go for the take. BRN pulls out the Molotov and jumps away. And resets with the incendiary in hand. That should spur him in. Smoke will not be down to stop the molly. Phelps charges through, and he spots out BRN. Low HP exit at second. Vents has not been removed or revealed yet. He'll finally get one, but BRN and exit both fall in succession. Safe drops as well, and Sonny pushes in, met by Descenti, who has 2 on the round. Drop. Nothing he can do. Backs away to CT spawn. Imperial 4 on the board on the T side. Looking to build up more and more of a lead. But they have to continue this lead. They've had early leads on all previous 2 maps, and now I would say the 3rd map counts as well, with a 4-1 start on the T side especially. And both halves have been incredibly close. 7-5 on Mirage, 6-6 on Vertigo. Imperial need to take this early lead and build it into more.
Yeah, they always get their first spurt of rounds, and it kind of becomes a comeback. They always had the better on the early game. Same with yesterday. It was 8-4 halves in those maps. Bomb goes off, Drop saves his gun. He's yet to get on the scoreboard. Four to 1 for Imperial. Very solid start on this T side. As we mentioned, it's a difficult side to start on for this map, but they're making it look clean. It's not fast. It's not super confident. It's quite slow and tempered. Explosive probably is the best way to put it. They slow down and then pop out. Still working fine. No ops once more. Just pistols around the saved M4. Around outside is the focus of Imperial's ire. They slowly walk across and get control. Spam in from the USP does some damage, but only a small amount. Drop's going to try to be the spear point. Never mind. He's actually just boosting his teammate up in ramp.
Very slow from Imperial, but not without purpose.
They're doing something.
They're doing something, and they're playing slow in response to situations. They know that it's going to be a weaker buy for MIBR, so be careful for the pistols. Be careful for the tight corners. Shotguns also possible.
It's a really patient Counter-Strike from Imperial. Very different look than what I would have expected. When I said that Brazilian swagger and flair on this map, I meant aggression. I didn't mean this.
Yeah, I mean, swagger and flair usually means aggressive, in-your-face, run-and-gun style, right?
Yeah, and the explosions on the site have been that style.
Yes, but it's the
this
lead-up.
early mid-round, yeah, the lead-up. Just a lot of build. 2 rifles going to be scavenged through to the following. Maybe even a third if BRN can rotate over. A lot of damage done by Made in Brazil. That's some scavenged rifles for the following. Should give them enough economic boost. Bjorn would survive, but I guess not. I'd say he could drop an op over, but Drop will have to do it instead. If they even want the op for safe. 5 to 1 though. Imperial. They've established the fact that they want to go slow and measured. The question is, when do they flip the switch? Do they flip the switch? Do they want to punish Made in Brazil for expecting this kind of slow walk?
Yeah, MIBR need to get around to the board here, and soon all they have right now is the pistol. No real response yet. As has been the case the last few rounds, Imperial are taking this nice and slow at the beginning. Feeling out MIBR, burning through a lot of that CT utility as well, which is pretty crazy. Just how little MIBR have over the minute mark still to go. They've gained nothing. Insani's gonna burn all but to the grave. As Exit gets forced out of Mini, he's around a wall of smokes. In comes a take. Phelps is the first. Safe will strike for one, but he's so exposed. No way has an easy trade. Nade blows open, and Exit can at least take down one. Insani sprays another, but No Way comes through to bring it to a 2v2. Drops up in heaven. They know where 1 is. They don't know where the last is. And they can go down towards B as well if they want. Take control of lobby. So much time left on the clock. And a lot of space for Imperial to work with. Try no way buddying up. Exit has abandoned the site proper with drop up in heaven. And with 30 seconds on the clock, they'll reconfirm their site control. And look to hold this one down for a 6th in a row.
Group up for the Made in Brazil. Both in heaven. Now Imperial are weary of all these different angles. And Nade tells them at least 1 is above. They will race out. Have both sets of steps been heard? It seems like it. No way snaps around. Both going to play at Molotov comes in. Forces them forward. 1 for No Way. Not the second. Drops still on above. Finds the kill. Finally drops and taps the bomb. Try. Peeking out. Gets the kill. No helmet. Does in drop. And Imperial's record will not be bucked. They continue their tear 6-1. Again, this classic slow style yet to be countered by Made in Brazil.
Timeout used by MIBR, but their time potentially the server is becoming quite fleeting. Only 1 round so far on the CT side of Nuke. And unless this is your first time watching Counter-Strike, and you've seen Nuke before, you know Nuke is a CT-sided map, and it has been since its inception, essentially. It's not quite how it used to be, which an 11-4 half back when it was MR15 was not uncommon. A 9-3 half has never been the standard. 8-4 about par. 7-5 is a decent T side. Imperial already have 6. And they haven't even gotten the op out for try yet.
No op. Their money's all over the place. It's very high up. Made in Brazil just looked lost. They called attack time out to try and dog things through. They have 3 M4s, an MP9, and an op. That is good kit. Imperial, well, again, I don't like this slow style. It's rather tempered. It's worked really well because Made in Brazil is not used to their utility. They're getting called out by the lack thereof. Early duels outside in the yard. Utility thrown back and forth. There's only 2 Molotovs and 1 smoke remaining for Made in Brazil, and there's still a minute 15 in the round. Phelps is the one to start things off. He takes down the op of Safe, who's just been bullied on this 3rd map. BRN trying to be the hero. He has been throughout this close qualifier, but only an MP9 in Hut. It's going to be a tall order. In the meanwhile, Imperial just slowly gained control of ramp. So much map control being ceded to this T side for free.
In comes the take, but Insani from Garage stops it with 1, but only 1. Vidi tag down low, but still a man advantage technically on the board for Imperial with a 20-second take coming on the clock. Exit, BRN, and drop all around here, but Exit's timing goes against him as No Way pops through heaven at the right moment. BRN, now the last man standing, mows down 1 with the MP9. Bomb gets planted, but he's found 2 of 4. Half HP now spammed down to 16. 1 shot will do him in. No way around. It's Vinny instead, creeping through Silo. 7 in a row for Imperial. And even when they have a slower burn round, it works. A late explosion and timing really favoring them. They're just whittling away slowly and steadily at the MIBR defense. Sometimes they take it a little faster, sometimes they take it a little slower. Regardless of the fact, MIBR failing to put anything positive on the board. Again, their only round is pistol. For the CT side, necessary have success on Nuke.
Half buy for Made in Brazil now.
Yeah.
Weird one because they have such a high loss bonus. They have 3 MP9s, an M4, and safe full saving for the op. Senti. It's a lot of damage. It's 1. Starting things off again in the favor of Imperial. Do they slow burn it once more, or do they speed it up? Speed it up is the answer. They're already through ramp. They aren't going to race down, but they aren't going to hold either. BR on an exit already rotating down. The third one's coming towards top vents. Is Insani. He's going to drop his rifle over. Exit. Not going to be first contact. Just going to bide his time instead. Sidestepped by Imperial. Step heard. Brazil. Hopping through door. Oh, it's smoke. Never mind. The AK outside control room window to so much damage. Awkward duels from it in Brazil. Don't look comfortable. Don't look like they're in their element. Team kill for BRN. This round should be all but done. Vinny and Try, the final pair. Imperial. 8-1. And no signs of slowing down.
No, it's pedal to the metal. Imperial, their longest streak of the night. Looking for a rematch with Payne, who await the victor of this one in that upper bracket, or in the final, the grand final. There's only one more game to go in this qualifier. Winner of that qualifies for IEM Rio. That's at stake here. A spot on land on home soil for both of these teams. Of course, for Payne as well. One best of 3 away. Insani spots out Try top on midi, but he loses that fight. A flash from helping out a little bit as well as Try not using the op on T side. Nuke continues his exploits with the AK, only the AK. Drop will at least take out Vinny to bring it to a 4 versus 4. And this lobby push might have gained a good amount of control. I don't think it has the bomb, but it's at least something positive for MIBR for the first time in a very long time on the CT side. Descenti out first fence too has so much information, or his lack of information is information. He's getting a lot of sound cues too. They don't expect him here. With a minute on the clock, so much time for Imperial to work with, continuing their slow burn style into a late explosion, and the timing so perfect for Descenti. He peeks out, he makes a move, and he strikes BRN and safe, get kills back and forth as drop falls down on the lower site. No Way runs around, the Molotov burns BRN out, and they pass each other through that smoke. No Way down the vents into fire, drops the Molotov, and nobody will follow him up. BRN takes a little bit of damage. He'll drop in now, making all the noise in the world. He makes so much noise. They have to know where they're coming from. No Way gets the bomb down, tries here to help. Such a rough take, but they've gone together and at least brought it to a 1 versus 2 now. Flash doesn't blind Try. He's got to clutch this up and grab a quad. What an isolated 2-1 to the first. And now Op versus Op with the rifles to clutch up.
Safe's not expecting this.
No, there's no way.
Spot comes in. He does get the read and the timing. He has the time for the defuse as well. Made in Brazil scrape by with Safe doubling his kills in this round alone. Finally something going their way, but it's a costly one. Only one player survives. Grabs an AK, sure, but the money for this CT side is not going to be great, whereas Imperial, you don't have to worry about cash for the rest of the half. They have so much money in the bank. In Brazil, 4 is necessary for a realistic comeback. They need to sweep these final 2 rounds if they want to have anything to stand on when they get to the T side.
Even 4 is going to be so tough, man. They have to win pistol, a second, third, and really have a strong start to even make it reasonable to have a comeback with only 4 rounds on the CT side. And the thing is, too, the T side has not lost a pistol round yet, or, except for this one, it has not lost a pistol round yet. So, for MIBR, almost reminds me too, Nate, of what we saw yesterday with these teams where, Safe just got 100-0 to the Molly.
And then Try just got dinked out of 27 by his teammate.
It's fine. It's all fine. No, it's definitely fine. He just takes
That's
out Insani.
quick.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
It's insane on 27 HP.
He doesn't care.
No. Accidentally caught by a spam. 5v3. Imperial continue their slow chug along. Senti, that lurkin lobby, finds 1. Another kill. furthering the lead. The final pair have rifles, at least. They have a kit on exit. Sheer lack of manpower makes this near impossible. They've walked down into B yet again. Bomb finally goes down. Exit and drop will try to save their weapons. But if Imperial can shut them down, if they can hunt them down, it would be a 9th and probably a 10th off the back.
A 10-2 T-side half on Nuke. Insane. Suffocating. And if they can take down drop, or I don't think they're going to have a chance on exit. Drop is the only one who probably has a chance of following, but even given their positions, he'll be fine as he backs into CT spawn. Try dies to the bomb, but the op will be moved forward. It's fine. They got money. It's last round anyways. Doesn't really matter at all. What a start from Imperial on Nuke, and Vertigo might just seem like a little flash in the pan. A moment of success for MIBR. A bruise on Imperial while they batter their opposition.
Batter's the right word. Both the maps yesterday, even the two today, have been kind of contentious. 13-6 was a little bit one-sided. We did not see a statement like this one. At least not yet. Exit and Insani finally putting their foot down on round at number 12. 1 kill a pop, creating an advantage that Made in Brazil could hopefully get across the line. Try walking out in the yard does so much damage to Insani. Phelps, in the meanwhile, also drops a BRN, so maybe Imperial aren't out of this round just yet. 3 versus 4. Phelps, another, slinking back out into the yard, doubling down, bringing it back to even footing. Safe, flanking around, in towards the lobby. MP9, he's going to struggle, especially outside at long range. Vinny in lobby has a player. No, he does not. Lots of damage done, but no kill. Ryan Phelps will approach up from up above into A. Phelps the first, his 3rd in the round. Site now secured. Plant will hit the dirt shortly. Planted for heaven. And Try will cover from above. 1 kill, now just 1 remaining. Drop. A quiet map. Trying to keep his team alive. Imperial, though, looks well poised for 10, and they find it. We'll see you after the break. A smothering T side from Imperial leaves Made in Brazil trailing by leagues as they enter the harder side. T side now for MIBR. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs to bring you the action. And Imperial to try and put this one to bed. It's 10-2, 3 rounds away from closing out this decider. Decenti, Dooley's, same for No Way. They're both super soldiered up. No kits for the CT side. And one set of utility on safe. It's actually a piece of kit and a P250. 4 out in the yard, taking contact slowly. 1 lurking in the lobby. Phelps distracted, caught, and Decenti similarly so. Exit and drop both find a kill for Made in Brazil. They now race into A. Try at range, struggling, but does recover. Finding 1, lurking out, can't quite get the second, and safe in the meanwhile has dropped to Vinny. No way. The ramp player timing could not be worse. He might even get knifed. Nope. Well, will actually get the kill. And now an opportunity, a 1 versus 4 for him. He's gotten the first. Got it cleanly. Still needs to get more. Pushing forward, tags a second, but can't get the kill. It's BRN to best him in that duel. Made in Brazil stay alive with the pistol round victory. They need a lot more than that.
A whole lot more. They're still down by 7. MIBR won the pistol round of the first half. Lost, what was it, 7 in a row, 8 in a row after that?
Yeah.
And finished 9-3.
I think it was
Utterly
7-2.
gutting.
Not sure. Might have been 8-2.
I think it was 8, because Imperial had 8 in a row.
You're right. Pistols rushing outside, hoping to do something. They do damage, but they don't get the round. It's 2 for Insani, 3 for Exit. And a succinct 1 at least. Imperial showing more aggression in that 1 round than they did in the entirety of the first half. Far more reckless there, but understandably so given the pistols. In Brazil now. Very solid bonus in round number 3. You can tell they wanted the most out of that second round investment as possible, so they all went for rifles. Of course, all 5 survived, so the 5 rifles remain. Dougalil's 3 AKs. Imperial, their first buy on deck. They're lacking utility, and they have a FAMAS on Vinny. It is still doable.
It's definitely doable. But they have to start it off clean. That's the first hurdle they have to clear. The second is winning the round 3+ alive. Still an incredibly hard road back in for Made in Brazil. Should they get back in? Reasonably no. It's possible. Most assuredly. Although Try on top of credit cards is cash and checks. He gets 2 and almost a third a dink on the BRN. Phelps should have an easy cleanup day here as he's out in secret. He's just waiting for the run though. Decenti from back Mustang has a good angle on Mini. Vinny here to support as well. Everything looks locked down for Imperial. That start from Try outside is what set it all up for success.
He set them up, now they have to knock it down. Phelps didn't over-aggress out of secret. I can respect the call. In Brazil have fallen back after that engagement, gone back into lobby for a contact play outdoor. Decenti and Mustang with first contact. There's the head spotted and the player finished. The second one sprayed down, all 3 actually, between Vinny, Noe, and Decenti. A shutout, no bomb plant, and an 11th quickly on the board for Imperial. Again, they've been really good, consistently so when rifle rounds come through. They're never slow to start in a half. They're never down, you know. We've seen it quite a few times where Made in Brazil lose the rifle round after losing the pistol as well. And it's like 5 or 6 rounds even before they really get the ball rolling. never been the case for Imperial, at least not in this series. They always get that third round if they lose the pistol. Seems to be a major constancy and a major strength for this team. Do not let it spiral out of control early.
Phelps back in secret as 4 players from MIBR working their way outside into his vicinity. They're not going to clear it, or at least with utility, they will clear him. Insani will win that fight, not clean, but he wins it in the end. Down in towards B, they'll make their move. No rotations down yet from Imperial. Well, they'll begin to move No Way into position to defend B. He's all alone for now. And he might have to play a serious anchor role right now. Oh, he's going to pop open the doors. Timing will not work out for him. He gets the dink, but nothing further. So yes, damage, but no kills for Imperial. And they might even just save at this point. 5-man hold on B. Very hard to retake this. 3 rifles up. Save call, very likely, and I think that's exactly what they're going for.
Seems like it. Plant his dirt. The other 3 haven't even made their move for Imperial. Going to be a save, like you mentioned. 3 rifles, 2 of them being AKs, pretty exotic. You can't buy those on the CT side. The question is, will Made in Brazil hunt? They're all low on money as well. It would be best to build up that economy if they want a realistic route back into this one.
Terrorists win.
Well, MIBR slowly clawing back, but they're running out of racetrack quickly. Only 1 more round is a margin for error. They lose 2 more. Imperial take the map and thereby the series and eliminate MIBR from the IEM Rio closed qualifier. Also, I'm wondering what Payne are thinking watching this, Nate, since Nuke is probably likely to come through in that veto. Maybe thinking Nuke might not be the best play, or maybe thinking, you know what, we can counter what Imperial do. We know what we're doing. It'll be interesting.
I think they're probably going to let it through again. I think the slowness from Imperial is going to bite them.
Agreed.
I don't think a team of Payne's pedigree is going to let that slow saunter go unpunished.
Especially Big Uzeta as the in-game leader.
Yeah. When I talk about the Brazilian flair, that's who I think of.
And
His
he has
style.
the flair, but he does it. He times it well.
Yeah. Slow walk outside. Just under a minute left now. And Brazil trying to match the speed of Imperial. The issue is Imperial know the timings. Phelps finds 1 spamming the smoke. Phelps finds another spamming the smoke. Or is he under secret? No, he's just spamming the smoke.
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say 2. He's been there before, but no, he's just spamming.
A1S, no tracers.
No tracers makes it so punishing. So difficult, I should say, to punish.
Well, it is punishing, conversely, for the other side.
Yeah.
No attempt to really be able to spray that back. No return to sender. No way. Takes some damage, but he still wins that fight. And even a chance to find safe, but he plays that well around the smoke. And at least getting the bomb down here. Escapes into single door as well. That's good as Vinny. Drops to drop, and so does Decenti too. Tries going to tap the bomb and maybe even hold here is safe. Is going to get chickened. Tries still holding it. Defuse comes through. Phelps holds down the line. He'll grab 4. And now it's match point for Imperial.
That was a weird round.
Bizarre.
Bizarre. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm like kind of speechless from things like that.
Yeah.
A slow walk, just contact out B, followed up by a 2K across the map by the rotation hold in lobby. followed by a stick behind the teammate. You could tell the second player there made in Brazil think the player had come off the defuse, when in reality they were just both up close and personal.
Yep.
Big mind game for Imperial to get them to series point. Phelps in towards mid. He's going to continue his tear. One and a tag onto the second. Safe gets the trade. No way with the AUG gets one. Insania trade in response, though, keeping things even, at least giving them something to rely on. Don't get away as well. Vinny showing presence B. Still making its way down. Senti finally drops Insani across the map. The final pair, both on B. Both ready to put the bomb down. Imperial want to shut it in their faces. Door open. Vinny finds the first. The last is dropped. Quiet map, and now he has to do it all. The 1v3. First secured onto Vinny. Second spotted, not found. 13-5 as Descenti sends Made in Brazil packing, and Imperial book themselves another rematch, this time versus Pain.
So Imperial will have to play two teams twice. They dispatch MIBR, this time a little bit more belabored than the first meeting, which was 13-10, 13-10 on Mirage and Vertigo respectively for Imperial. They drop Vertigo, but boy do they turn up and return the favor to MIBR on the deciding map of Nuke. Great individual performances across the board from Imperial. Phelps showed up from start to finish today as well. That's something to keep an eye on moving forward throughout this qualifier and into the grand final. But for Made in Brazil, one little glimmer of hope, one little sign of brilliance on Vertigo. And aside from that, it was not a good showing from them.
It's been pretty flat. It hasn't been convincing from them. They had those moments, those sparkling moments where we're like, that's the Made in Brazil of old that we know, especially from Insani on Vertigo. I think that's what I'm looking at most in that one. But for the most part, it has felt flat. I don't think this is the Made in Brazil that's looking to win these kinds of events. They need to wake up, both individually and as a team, especially on that last map. They're just getting kills across the map from what was important, just consistently not on the same page.
Yeah, a lack of communication, a lack of game plan in a lot of scenarios as well. Look lost, just kind of going through the motions, bobbing through, getting carried by the current, and falling right into Imperial's pace and how they wanted to play. But we will have to bid adieu to Made in Brazil here. Imperial versus Pain is the grand final matchup with one spot at Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024 available. We're going to figure out who that's going to be after a bit of an extended break here, as Imperial needs some time to rest, Pain needs some time to warm up, and we'll get some breaks as well. Folks, don't go anywhere. In just about an hour, we'll be back here to discuss Pain and Imperial rematch for that spot at IEM Rio. We'll see you in just about 50 minutes.
place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Fadet auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me.
Welcome back. It's one more best of 3 here in the IEM Rio South American Closed Qualifiers. I'm Boggs, he's Pineapple Phillips, and we'll be here to take you through this final one together. And folks, it's a rematch of the second game from last night we had here on ESLCS. It is Pain and it is Imperial. And Nate, only one spot available. Winner takes all here in this best of 3.
It's been a long set of days, Boggs. 2 best of 3 yesterday, 2 best of 3s today, and they are the exact same best of 3s, might I add. We started off yesterday with Imperial versus Made in Brazil, ended with that upper bracket of Imperial versus Pain, and we started off today the very same, albeit it took 3 maps instead of 2, and now we end it the very same as well with Pain Gaming versus Imperial. As you mentioned, stakes couldn't be higher. Only one spot at IEM Rio. One of these 2 teams will emerge victorious with that spot and a chance to play on LAN in the hometown region, and that is a very big prize to get.
Yeah, it's a hometown IEM at that, too. It's not like it's just a challenger level event. It is an Intel Extreme Masters tournament. And so the Intel Grand Slam is at play. Of course, the team through the qualifier stage is probably not going to be gunning for an Intel Grand Slam, but it's still, that's the prestige of this tournament. That is what is carried out at this level. It is one of the bigger tournaments of the year, of the calendar. And of course, everyone wants to make it, especially so on home soil. But now let's get into the veto, because I really want to break this down. We just got it about a minute before we actually went live on stream. And this is going to be fun to analyze, because it's the first different veto we get all tournament. And so we see a Vertigo ban from Imperial makes sense. Mirage banned by Pain also makes sense. The Inferno pick from Imperial, a bit questionable in my view, Nate, given the fact it went 16-14 last night and Pain won.
It definitely is an interesting call. That last match yesterday was very close into overtime. I guess they're feeling confident. Maybe they got a read after the fact, went back and watched the VODs. I'm sure they were pretty eager to do so. But yeah, this veto it's very hard for Imperial, just to set the tone. This first map, as you mentioned, already an interesting call given yesterday's struggles. But as we get further and further into this veto, it looks even more dismal for them. Map number 2 pick is going to be Anubis. Makes sense as a pick from Pain. Both teams very good on the map. I was surprised we didn't get to see it the other day.
Me too.
But it should be a barn burner of a second map. Dust 2 banned by Imperial. Don't want to run it back on that map like we saw yesterday. It was a tough one. It was a match lost 13-8 in the favor of Pain. And then Nuke being banned by Pain does make sense. It was the map that they lost last night, and that leaves Ancient as the decider. That is the biggest thing to me. I feel like Ancient is quite the map for both teams to leave in play, given it's their permabans. So I'm not sure who will be more well-versed on it.
That one's a real true coin flip for the third and final. Neither team has played it in the last 3 months. As you mentioned, it is both of these teams' permabans. And they floated it. Pain had that final ban, and they elected to gamble it all. Stay off of Nuke, and I don't blame them seeing how Imperial just performed on Nuke against MIBR either. I was wondering to myself, are they going to ban Nuke? Are they going to let it through? What is the call going to be here? I would not want to play Nuke against Imperial right now, and Pain share that sentiment. But Ancient and Anubis coming through. Inferno to kick it off, though, and that's where we begin. Right here and right now. Pain versus Imperial. A spot at IEM Rio on the line. No rate cost for luck either. On him, player in their series last night, critical in so many stages.
Critical, many clutches for him, specifically on Dust 2. Was that 1v4 on the pistol, if you recall? I think another 1v3 a little bit thereafter. Slow one for Imperial. Their T side today thus far has been very quiet, or not very quiet, but very, very slow, very tempered. It's been a lot of waiting for an explosion that lasts about 10 to 15 seconds on an execute, and the round is more or less decided there. This run is no different. They wait a bit, finally pop in towards B, and here is the action. Phelps one, Snow a trade with the dualies up close, a second secured, a third potentially no. Vinny finally does him in. Player backside similarly gushed down and now finished by the very same man. Vinny doubling down. And the smokes now cover for the plant. The smoke CT has faded, and that leaves Vinny marooned in the middle of sight with no cover. He's caught before he can fall back. That's at even footing. No kit in play for Big U or Kawaz. He's gonna have to win the duels rather quickly and then stick the defuse. Try at bat, gushes Kawaz and tags Big U Zera. Time over halfway gone at this stage. Try still backside, still kicking, struggles on that one, but finishes the job and swings out off contact for the second on a Big U Zera. Very well done from Imperial to hold it down and get across the line. Their pistol play has been impressive throughout this qualifier.
Mostly impressive against Pain, as they lost the bulk of the pistols against Spain and Brazil. Across both their series. That's a critical pistol round one.
Got mixed up, but
it's easy to do when we've seen the same two matchups twice in a row. We've seen Imperial 4 times in 2 days.
we've seen Imperial nonstop.
Literally every single game has had Imperial.
More and more familiar with them as time goes on. Almost too familiar at this stage, and they're going for the classic longevity buy is what I call this. It's a buy that's not meant to harvest cash. It's a buy that's meant to withstand the test in the bonus round. Full Galils and some utility. It'll be very potent here and in the next, especially if Pain forego helmets. Speaking of, Pain have invested here. Some MP9s and some 5.7s. Phelps, the first on Kawaz, cleanly as well. And advantage secured. Still don't have a clear direction in mind. It looks like they've made their decision. They threw some fake nades over towards B. Now they look towards bracket.
Arch wrap coming through here from Imperial with a couple of players now going lane 3 around the arch side. Phelps leading the charge, one back sight to try and hold. It's going to be Big Ozetta with the 5.7, swings with good timing for one, and NQZ helps out for the second. No way Spray does get one, NQZ a second. No way trades, but it's 2v2 now in a winnable situation here for Pain on the force buy. If they do win it, I think the force buy wars will begin as Imperial with that bomb down. Look to hold this now. Descenti takes up the spot Big Ozetta had success from. And I do like how Snow is going through apartments. Actually, both of them are going through apps. This could get a little messy on the exit. Or they could just trade out, and hope they can find a favorable duel onto the last player standing. They don't even drop a single point of damage on the initial take, but Descenti reveals himself on the first kill. Spray away from Lux, and time is there without the kit. And Pain Gaming strike right back. The force buy pays off, and the longevity buy, Nate, is short-lived.
Longevity buy is actually the opposite. Pain playing their cards right. Very well done from the Pistols to just set a trap out A and not overextend when there's no actual information to be gained or to be gleaned. We talked about it earlier. Imperial is playing a very slow T side as of late. They're trying to starve the CT side into pushing. That's the main goal for Imperial. It worked for the opening pick, but after that, Pain just sat on their haunches, ready to strike at a moment's notice, and that paid off on A. 3 kills for 2. Set up the final pair from B on the retake. And as you saw, the MP9s played to their strengths and apartments. Death by 1,000 cuts. Imperial, a half buy in response. 1 hero rifle for Phelps, 1 Tech 9, and some utility spread out on Try, Vinny, and Decenti. Should be a second for Pain. What a way to steal the momentum early on.
And I'm surprised Imperial don't go back with the force buy either. They have a little bit of an investment on Phelps, and that's about it. Tech 9 for no way. Glocks on the rest. I do like how passive Big is playing now. Does not want to get caught by the train of pistols that foreseeably could come, or any SMGs that could be in play. He doesn't know exactly what Imperial have, although Vinny getting spotted and only having a Glock is a lot of information here for Pain to work with. Flashing for NQ, is he actually a little bit premature, and he'll peek out and get punished by the Galil of Phelps. This enables a CT wrap through to B. That's a potential course of action for Imperial. Cowes up close and personal in a very dangerous spot, and he will deal with the first threat. A couple more around. Try has that M4A1S in his hands now. Cowes backs to sight. He flips around. It's Try who pushed up. Bigazetta takes care of him in due turn, but Phelps now pops out for more. No way drops Cowes, and it might not even need to be a force buy here for Imperial, as they brought this to another 1 or 2 versus 2 situation on the A site. A very difficult site to retake throughout the more modern times of Counter-Strike. I would say probably since about 2020, 2021. A-Site Inferno been one of the hardest to retake. Great Molotov from Lux, though. Forces no way to the open. They know where both these players are. Good 1-for-1. But Lux now running out of ammunition. Is spotted for the pit player. Phelps clutches up a 4K from him. And the hero Galil, thanks to his early kills, able to bolster Imperial to bring this back to a lead. And I think now, Nate, we very well might be getting it, as Lux goes right back in for the A1S and armor. I think it's safe to say that begun the Force Buy Wars have.
It's been eons since you pulled that one out. Good to see you're still well practiced. But yes, scrappy start, back and forth. It technically wasn't a Force Buy victory in the round prior. It was a half buy with the hero Galil. But it's still a victory with some upgraded weapons. It looks like an eco, close enough thereabouts. Pain Gaming, though, no half buys in this one. They're going for the straight-on force buy. A scout for Big Uzera already paying dividends. Nice pick in middle, taking down the hero of the round prior in Phelps. That rifle's not recoverable, but the numbers are good, and the pistols, played to their strengths, are a very deadly quandary for Imperial to deal with.
Very deadly indeed. And a good start here for Pain, but they have a lot more work to do. Bigazetta rotates all the way around to the opposite site, and he'll take another scout shot, tag down Try, and still hold around Car. Looking for more information. Imperial still stalled out, bottom T ramp. Bigazetta now about to get pressured as 3 players come through. Misses that next shot, and he will back away further. Starting to play the little waiting game, take a shot and fall back that the ops and the scouts are prone to do. Flash goes over! Tag, and actually a team kill goes the way of Decenti onto Vinny. Try still tagged as well. So 1 tag leads to a kill. The other still wounded. 4v3 to favor Pain Gaming in terms of man count. And look how low the clock is as well. 24 seconds to go. They have no bomb with them yet. And the flank from Cowes might just be in time to stop it. He's beginning to run as in-train the T's. 15 seconds. They've not yet gained the site. And Lux is here with the M4A1S. Snow in the smoke as well. Bomb will be planted open. Snow stops Try. And he'll grab a second too. And the pistol and rifle by the scout in particular, Bigazetta, pays huge dividends for Pain, and we swing things back 1-1, 1-1, and we're tied at 2 with another opportunity to force or save for Imperial, and I think they might break the streak of the force buys or half buys and just play it safe and go for a buy in round 6.
They'll capitulate. They're forced to do so. Pain will take the advantage as a result, barring anything wacky from those two Deagles.
Don't count it out.
Given how things have gone, you can't, but I can discount it at least. Flashing the banana for peak high numbers. Lux and Snow, though, greeting them with open arms. Phelps threw something or someone. Did drop Lux. That's an upgraded rifle with a 2 versus 4. They'll continue on into the site, and they'll find nothing for their troubles. AK recovered. 1 M4 dropped. That's an acceptable loss for Pain. And I'm already worried for Imperial. They're trying to go for more of this subdued, slow, explosive play like we saw earlier against Made in Brazil. And it works against Made in Brazil when they're antsy and they're kind of just holding their lines, you know, just uncomfortable. It doesn't work against Pain, who, as you can tell, even in the eco, are readily reading and corralling Imperial, encircling them before the take comes through.
Pain is much more proactive and much more measured in how they take information peaks. They can get a little aggressive, they can go for the info plays, but they don't do it in an uncontrolled manner. That's a great nade down Banana too. Snow is taken down to 40, but he's done so much more damage to those players down by Tree and Mailbox. Great utility start here for Pain, unconfirmed damage. As again, Imperial, slow, methodical, trying to bait out utility, but Pain's still holding on to a considerable chunk of theirs, mostly tossing in nades to do some damage. Phelps also eats a nade. He's down to 51. So much on nades alone. All 3 players tagged for Imperial have not been spotted. Only nade damage on those players. The bomb down T-Ram. And it's ticked down to 52 seconds. They've still not made a move.
This is the issue. I said it was... It's not the most entertaining Counter-Strike, right? We have to kind of bide our time, look for things to say, but it does work against the right team. The issue is this is not the right team. Pain have been measuring out their utility. Just through a smoke with 30 seconds left. They're out, but it's bought enough time. Still have flashes to rebuke a take. Molotovs as well on NQZ and Lux. Rotations have already come through. There are 3 defenders here and ready. Snow, expecting the flash, is caught. A boost already in for Big U. Should have at least 1. There it is. 2 secured. 3, not quite. Descenti through the smoke is lucky to get a trade. Plant will go down at last. Lux, a hero play to try and stop the plant. Maybe like a... really punish them and after time, perhaps? I'm not sure. That compels his teammates to save. The issue is Phelps, the lurk, is here. He's found one of the final pair. NQZ, the last, kind of stuck into CT spawn. Imperial might hunt him down, they might not.
I don't think they will, given their money.
Phelps will hunt for the gun, though. I think it's in the library. Yep, there it is. 3 a pop, back to tied, ball game. And that time, the pop did work, but again, worrying signs. Pain read it. They're going for some interesting calls, you know. Playing that first contact anti-flash is a very interesting one. Running through the smoke to try and stop a plant at like 2 seconds in the round. Interesting call.
He had no utility for that either. Just blind peek through the smoke. It's also a player who's known to be in the vicinity, given the fact that the boost came through and he sprayed and fought. But NQZ has the op. He'll go for a shot, and oh no, Vinny's up on Banana. So no damage done by that op. No way gets boosted up at half wall. Lux will toss a smoke over towards Car from first oranges and drop off of that as Snow holds at range with an MP9. Another interesting decision here on this B hold between these two, Snow and Lux. They will be site mates, at least here on Inferno. Not sure how it will look over on Anubis or Ancient if we get all the way there, but there's a little nade play. However, no way mows down a pair. The op has not answered for NQZ yet, and Lux will pick that up and use it himself in this 3v4. Big as that at Cubby. Should get cleared. Keyword should. Oops, won't clear it, and then Big Uzetta does so much damage to the Senti as well. Cow isn't hit. Shoots a little bit early. 1 on site. Cowes, they're trying to clear him out, and they do so successfully because Zeta still over towards Arches. Now creeping forward into brackets. Vinny and Boiler to try and cook his goose. Big U clearing, walks into Boiler, not checking it, and Lux will try and save the op now. No chance in the 1 versus 3. And Imperial will get a lead back here. We're getting concerned for Imperial. I was still concerned for Pain. Because much like last night, Nate, where Pain would win some rounds, they were never really that convincing. And while they did get it over the line, just the way the first few rounds went, it's not favorable for a CT side start. And Pain needed everything out of their CT side. They needed those 8 rounds and then some. And that is even worse as the op available for try to use on this T side. Oh, never mind. They don't get it in dark, but still, the op down for the count. NQZ not able to get that to work. And Imperial gaining some money, gaining some momentum, had the lead back. And I think they might have found something.
Might have. Pain. Worrying prospects. When it works, it looks so good on this map in the last couple rounds, but when it doesn't, it spectacularly fails. Blows up in their face. Imperial. Back to their tried and true. Back to the crawl. 2 walking up middle. 2 getting control of Banana. 1 in apartments. Classic Inferno default. Quintessential Inferno. Just full, complete save. $0 invested by Pain. Triple stack up at dark. Gets 1 kill for Big U. No way, though. Again, doubling down. Rifle not recoverable. Vinny Decenti won a pop. NQZ, though, does find a second. Numbers game works out for the CTs in the short game. Does not work out for the round, though. 5-3 for Imperial. Already besting their performance yesterday on this map in the head-to-head. And Pain are feeling the heat. Tactical timeout used. Good time to do so.
Very good time to do so. They have themselves the bye. They have the op. It's still not a lost half. They can still win if they need 4 in a row to win the half, but if they can turn the tide here, they might be able to set themselves up for that possibility. Activating the op of NQZ is something they'll try to do. Try does not have one yet on the T side. He hasn't had to pick one up. But I think something else to note, that Behold, there's been some very bizarre decisions on how they're playing it. Maybe that's been talked over as well, because they're now a veteran IGL. Can temper what Snow and Lux are trying to do over on the B side. As Imperial go back to their slow, methodical simmer of a T start.
Simmer, is the way to put it. Banana control for Vinny. Flashed in now. It's actually up in tempo. Snow and Lux, though, punish that. He's smoking top Banana. Still going to force this fight. Good utility damage from the T side, but a boost is an expert adjustment from Lux. Don't get too aggressive now.
Yep.
Pulling out the pistol and sticking around is definitely foolhardy. He's punished for it, but the advantage remains. Second has rotated around. Big U is here to support if necessary. QZ op back in hand. He's towards the porch. Not tested, although bomb is on this side of the map. Looks like Imperial have decided it's going to be an A play. The third coming around. That's Phelps. How do they approach this? That's the question. Smokes Arch. Actually, smokes for the Arch wrap. Towards the library and the Arches themselves. NQZ falling back to the side accordingly. There's going to be a wrap all the way around onto A. Try at the spear point. The op will hold for first contact. Kawaz actually is the one to swing out. Bomb spotted and dropped. Good trade from Phelps. But the op on site won't miss that one. A second now. Last alive on site. Dodges the op shot for the time being. Gets the kill, but 8 seconds and no bomb means this round should be done. Snow waiting for the sound cue. Stop the bomb carrier. No, he might have no matter of time. Decenti picks up the op, misses the shot. If he falls, this is disastrous. Okay. Shotgun opping over sight. No scope through a wall and into the head. Takes a shot like that to stay alive. Up for a try now in round number 10. Payne, costly fourth on the board.
A little bit of lady luck in that one to keep that op in the hands of Imperial, but they'll take it. Already 5 rounds of the T side of Inferno. MP9s on Cows and Snow, as you mentioned, a very costly fourth on the board for Payne. Famas for NQZ, he had the op in the last round. As Imperial go back to their slow and steady start. Try very aggressive through apartments into bedroom with the op. He hasn't unscoped yet. He's still scoped in. Cow is right around the corner of brackets with the MP9 in hand. NQZ is going to watch utility fly on through. Big Azetta gets dropped by the op up on lane. Cow is swings and he'll get one, but only one, and the trade's not there as Try is heavily wounded. He's not down yet. The sound cue's heard, and a great flick around by NQZ to bring this back to a 3v3. Try will have to regroup with his teammates as it's 2 on the A site. 1 lone holder is the M4A4 in Lux over on B. The bomb working its slow way over towards A as Imperial elect to rotate. That's again. Snow and NQZ are also buddying up. Vindy's waiting for this. NQZ's gonna oblige on the second. He only gets 1, and that actually could just torpedo this whole round. Lux has to 1v2. He's been very good. At least yesterday was very good in the 1vx. But will Imperial give him the 1-for-1 duels again? Or have they learned their lesson from last night's loss?
It's doable if you can find Try early. Try's low, though, and Try does not miss off. There's the shot. That's the kill. A necessary one. The last alive is now no way. One shot headshot potential onto him. And that jump cue should give away his positioning. Lux taps the bomb. Waits for the spam. Hopes that No Way presses in. Of course he doesn't. This is just an awkward dance now. An awkward waltz. And Lux is more fluent with his feet. Pushing through. Finds the kill. Gets the defuse and the round. Tying us back up at 5 apiece. Will he go for the op and pit? Yes, he shall. Another expensive round means that there's going to be compromises in the CT investment.
But another critical juncture which Lux steps up and knocks it out of the park in. An expertly played 1 versus 2 again. Isolates the duel versus Try. And then the way he played in that final 1 versus 1 dance, magnificent work from him. The composure and poise he showcased, incredible. And Imperial didn't really do anything wrong there.
No, they played the numbers game right in the 2v1. But Payne gave them the opportunity by double pushing middle. Feels like Payne finds ways to get early advantages and then eyeboshes their own advantages. You know? Overly assertive on Banana, for example. Lux found a pick, I think, a round or 2 ago and then stood around with the USP spamming. Plays like that. Vinny down to 9. He's on a tech 9, but Snow out of the round. Lux also low 26. Very little utility left for the CT side. Looks like Imperial are setting up for this B site take. Molly up onto oranges. Lux is barely alive. Nope. The Molly spreads. No way, as well as dropped Big U. That's the round. Site taken. The last 2 have very expensive kits. We're going to try and save these. Imperial, at least a tied ball game at the conclusion of their first half. Again, you mentioned it, a far better performance than yesterday when they started out 4-8.
Yeah, they picked this map for a reason, it looks like. Now have Payne made adjustments on their T side? Well, yet to find out. And can Cows and NQZ save the rifles? Imperial seem inclined to get a little bit of a hunt on, but they don't really have a lot of money either. T side always easier to buy. But Cows at least gets 1 more. NQZ about to face a trial as well. He misses his opportunity, pops up, does not miss the second time. And so only 2 survive for Imperial. They'll buy up around it. The Senti will be on a weaker weapon, however, unless he's dropped something. He has dropped an AK. Phelps should get an AK or an M4. He'll get the A4 from Vinny. And in round 15, Payne have an op. The M4 saved. and a trio of MP9s. A good amount of utility, all things considered, though, for them. 5 smokes, 5 flashes, only 2 incendiaries and 2 nades, though. That is the problematic picture. And a triple stack towards B early with the op going through the fire, finds nothing, and retreats away.
What happened to the pain we saw early in this map? It was slow. They were holding their lines and then slowly pushing. That was how they started this map off. Instead, they fought for banana control, tried to ham fist early aggression, and it really hasn't paid off. Lux holding his angle, like I said they should. Over towards Arch with an MP9, finds 2. He has support, yet he has followed in the meanwhile. Snow down to 14 as well. However, the damage has been done in turn towards Venny and Try. 29 and 22 for them respectively. Big U, MP9 at range, but these players are lit, so it's doable. First secured, he'll drop. So be careful about this late apartments activation. Benny goes towards the library, finds 1. Drops the smoke to get the bomb. Snow slinks out. Decenti gets Cowes in the meanwhile. Snow on 14 manages to eke through. Gets the 1. Falls back into a corner. 2v1. Decenti trying to bring this round back. Trying to get an advantage for the second half. Hat the bomb, fake it. Sees them both and misses the opportunity. We're in a tied ball game. We'll see you after the break. Solid start for Imperial here on Inferno, tying it up at 6 apiece as they enter the CT side. Pineapple Phillips and Boggs to bring you the action. Imperial now to defend. How aggressive are Pain going to be? Can they put up a more impressive T side than they did yesterday? Keep in mind they were leading 8-4 at half. Still it went to overtime and ended 16-14 narrowly in their favor. It's a slow start for Pain. That's the answer. 2 bottom B. 2 slowly slinking alt mid. Bomb just bottom T-steps spotting. This is the exact same pistol setup we saw yesterday from Imperial. 4 towards A, stacking at the brackets. Pain appear to be walking right into the trap.
Once again, just like yesterday. And Phelps times it well, gets one and only one. Big Uzetta team kills Luck, Snow goes through and he finds 2, domed by Descenti, leaving a 5 HP Big Uzetta with a bomb on his back. Now it's on his back. In a 1 versus 2, which is nigh unwinnable. Unlike Lux's 1 versus 4 with a P250 on Dust 2, it's a P250, not a Glock. That's a lot more winnable. The Glock, very rough. And no armor for Bigu. He's a sneeze away from death. Bomb plan, at least, though, would be a forced buy here from Payton to the next round if they want to go for it. Now, the way that Payton were playing so slow on that pistol, Nate, I was about to say, I wasn't sure if we actually had team swap at halftime.
Imperial slowed things down tremendously today, I agree. Payne at least went for it pretty early, though.
Yeah, they did.
Lining up utility. They were already in... overthinking pistol, in my opinion. Tap. It's a fake. There's a smoke on the bomb. Big U. And the back calls gets the timing. A critical one to find. Vinny's now going to stick, and Big U's going to flash himself in. Smoke is up, though. Will he connect his shots? Yes, he will! Big Uzera on 5 HP. Clutches the round. That's 2 miraculous pistol round clutches out of Pain over these past 2 days. The 1v4 from Lux, definitely more flashy, definitely a little bit more impressive. But this one from Big U, all skill to isolate the duels.
Incredible skill and patience from Big Uzetta as well. Not buying that first tap as a defuse, expecting the fake. Classic tap on the first, and the second flashes out. He still bides his time, and he gets the kill regardless. Great work from Big Uzetta, and he sprays away on the try for a good amount of damage too. Yes, unarmored USP, but it's still a good duel to take. He would have liked the headshot, of course, but still a good start. Gowez with a MAC-10, a couple up towards lane. A little bit of money for him to work with. And NQZ will strike with a MAC-10 of his own, and maybe even a second here too. He's getting a little low on health, and Gowez will find a try in the interim, leaving just that lone player no way on sight. And so it's MAC-10s for all the kills. Lux swapped over with NQZ, but Gowez with 1,800 in the bank because of that. It'll be bonus time for Payne. They don't go for the longevity buy, they go for the money build. And Imperial. M4A1s on 3 and 4. Vinny on the FAMAS. Utility a little bit concerning, but even more so the lack of a kit.
I already knew what you were building to. You've been talking about it all day.
All
Last
week.
2 days, in fact.
Yeah, I was going to say. Feels like all week.
It does at this point. It's been a fair few games. No post-pistol problems, though, unlike the first half. Payne establishing a lead again. Much needed. They need everything they can get on this T side, given their performance yesterday. Unlike Imperial, they are committing places early. 5 on Banana, walking up. Still slow. But not spread out. Still have an idea in mind. As you mentioned, the compromised investment is going to struggle up close. The FAMAS of Vinny. It's either going to hit headshots and kill people immediately or just miss entirely. That's how the FAMAS always is. Pain Gaming grouping up, ready for a pop. Do they have someone to throw flashes or is it contact? It's contact. FAMAS finds one. Lux a trade. No way. A double. Establishes an advantage as the site falls. Also bought some time for rotation to come in from this from Try. Phelps on the flank. Very quick as well. And Big Uzera was going to be the lurking man. He was supposed to catch that rotation, and he missed it entirely. Allowed both Phelps and Descenti down middle. Blindsiding the bomb carrier. And now marooning Big U in another difficult clutch. This one, though, seems far more unlikely. Walking up towards the church. Okay, passes the first test cleanly. Knows Phelps was bottom banana. Should spot the other as well here shortly. Swing comes through, but the spray can't connect for him. It's Phelps instead to clutch the round up. Big on the flank for him. He is the top of the board for his team. 7-8. Payne, though, that was a bonus. They're going to have rifles in round 16.
That is the saving grace. And the fact they got 3 kills also pretty good for the bonus round. It keeps Imperial away from building up a strong economy. The MP9 on Vinny this time. He had a FAMAS in the round prior. At least utility for Imperial much better than it was in the round prior. They can win this. They can start building up a pretty strong CT half. Payne, though, looking to try and build their lead and make something out of this offensive. As you mentioned, they only got 4 rounds of the T side last night. They need 6 now to at least get overtime, 7 to win the map in regulation. Overtime required last night between these two teams was our deciding map. It's where we kick off here. Anubis and Ancient maps 2 and 3 should be required the 3rd. And Big Uzera swings out for the 1. Next one up on the oranges is spotted, and so Vinny falls to Lux. A deep smoke into CT spawn. Phelps will be spotted before it blooms, and he will be tagged a little bit. And sprayed through the smoke as Lux continues his exploits too. The bomb will be brought to B. It will be planted, and trying to Descenti will have nothing to do with this round. As Payne will grab 9. And Imperial's money in a dangerous spot. Hunt may be called for here. And I fully support this.
I do as well. Hunting would be sick. You can drop 2 players and still build your money up slowly. And you know their economy's not in a good way because they only just won 1 round. So give them momentum and breathing room in the next round. It'd be 7-9, 7-10 more than likely. Try finds 1. Payne. Looking good. I'm surprised Big U got that clear on that boost. It was a very niche angle. The flower pot. The issue was for Imperial, though, it said left eye boost. Not peeking on the wall to the right, which is what you want to do in most scenarios. Probably got betrayed by that. 9-7, both will survive. 4/5 of Payne will also endure. Do they rally around these rifles? I think the answer might be yes. Try can drop a FAMAS or an MP9. Same from Descenti. But no, they're not going to. They're going to save instead. Some armor for No Way with a nade. And no upgraded pistol. Interesting. Phelps at least has a P250. They would have gone for the Force, though.
But the thing is, if they go for the Force and they lose, they're gutted. This time, at least they have something to try with the next round. Vinny does get 1, but Lux and Snow found 1 apiece, so it's a 4v3 in the favor of Payne Gaming. Bomb still continuing its route towards A. Descenti has the Armory 1S, but not for long. Cowes rings his bell, and so the bomb will move over towards the A site. Smoke down on Moto. Vinny in No Way. At least Vinny going for something. No Way. We'll save the AK, and Vinny gets what he wanted. The M4A1 down at Arch. So they'll bring that back into the next round. So, what we'll see here.
Probably will. It doesn't look like Payne are as keen on hunting. They know no matter what, it's going to be a buy next round. It's fair.
And I think what we're going to see, too, is a more hefty buy around these rifles, given the fact that that's a lot of utility you can buy. I don't know if we're going to get the op, though. That's the thing.
Just going to
might
ask
have
that.
enough. Or
Try's
No
been
Way,
quiet.
actually. No Way can get an op. Maybe.
It's going to be close. The lost bonus isn't fully built up. He can buy $200, but he'd have no utility. See how much they favor the op. If I had to guess pretty heavily, but No Way's already purchased up utility.
Last
So
game?
maybe not.
Nope.
I don't know, Try's been quiet today. Yesterday it was kind of the star. But in both series, he's kind of, you know, he was okay. He was there for the game versus Made in Brazil. He was definitely doing what was necessary. Right now, though, he's all but absent.
Describing it as he was there is very, very accurate. Because he was there. He was there, you know. He didn't stand out in a bad way. He didn't stand out in a good way. And that is a massive amount of artillery damage onto the banana players. NQZ 24, Big is at 26, Lux at 51. And now Molotov's through. NQZ is done and dusted. Imperial looking to string something together, tie this one up, and try and turn their map pick back into their favor. It's a good start. All that damage helps out massively. Kawez gonna have a lot of work to do, and he can't even pass the first hurdle. Vicente tagged down low, but does not matter. 5v3 with 2 dead men walking on Pain. Not a good look for them, as Snow will walk, or at least debate the walk through the smoke, think better of it, and wait for the rest of his teammates to do something, as they don't really have all that much utility left either.
No, they don't. Still 45 seconds as well. Pain not letting it burn down quite as much as Imperial did. They're stuck at a major choke point. I've had to guess it's going to be a pop flash out of the apartments. This is well covered by a duo of Vicente and Phelps. Now a third inside as well and Try. This site is locked down. If they can get the bomb plant, I'll be impressed. Not even a pop. They're just going to run out, hoping for contact. First secured. Good trade from Snow. He was the player that wasn't tagged. But there's no way they expect below and on site. Snow, okay, expects the first. Surely not the second. This is an angle you should clear out of habit. Jump down comes in, and there's the habit clear. It doesn't come through. Snow doesn't have to do it all. 3 kills secured. Knows where a 4th is, but with no time left, it does get away from them. Snow stays alive. Doesn't lose his life. That's pretty important given the fact that he was alive after time. But Imperial find a way. They aren't done yet.
Not done just yet. A little more life left in Imperial. And Try has his op to try and reactivate himself as well. Bigazetta through the fire up Banana, charging forward, looking for the opener, and no way shuts that down relatively cleanly. Not going to get the second, however, as Lux will be there for the trade. Snow, mollied away, well timed. That keeps Phelps alive. Without that Molotov, Phelps is probably caught from the side. Then a man advantage would be there for Pain to work with. They're very split, though. And the bomb is the guy that's most advanced.
Yes. Smoked off, though, taking it for granted. We haven't seen any re-aggress top Banana. Just realized that. Phelps in the apartments is expected, yet he still thrives. He still finds the kill. Big one for him to find. Secures an advantage, even though he loses a good bit of HP. B is going to be the name of the game. Kind of thought so, given the fact that Bomb has been here for quite a while at this stage. 3 are here. For Pain, I say that one doubles back. Op of Try, posted and ready. There's one for NQZ as well. That'd be a very difficult gun to use on the take. Smoke over, and the flash doesn't hit Try. Walk will come through. Smoke. That's critical. They'll pop it though. 15 seconds left. Time is of the essence. Up still Banana. Vinny back sight. Flashed in. Peaks finds one. Spots the planner. Gets a second. 7 seconds left. Vinny will triple down all 3 for the IGL. Was an awkward take that looked good for Pain, but again, not clearing the site, and that comes to bite them.
Yeah, they expect only 1 on the B site, which is strange because in a 4v4-man hold situation, 2 on each side is relatively common. Foregoing new box and dark and even oranges completely, very questionable from Pain.
Especially when there's no one CT.
Yeah,
there's one CT and one confident it makes sense. But no one CT. Very surprising. Again, oversights.
Uh-huh. And that actually gives Imperial a golden route back into tying this up at 10 apiece. Look at this buy.
Hero rifle, that's it.
Tech 9, Glocks. And down goes the rifle, down go the Glocks. Falls the Tech 9. And an eye flawless and will be flawless for Imperial. 10 all. And this is where the going really gets tough, where we will decide our victor on map number 1, assuredly. These next couple of rounds almost want to hinge everything on this one, especially considering the money on Pain. If they lose it, Imperial have a walk towards 12. And for Imperial, their money's decent enough where they can still reinvest should they lose this next round. But of course, they know what's at stake now. Win, and you have yourself all but secured map 1.
Pressure's on. Op still in effect for Try, not the same for NQZ. Snow's even on a Galil. His hero rifle coming to bite him economically in the following. Armament control taken. Mana control shown, at least, but not actually taken. Both teams kind of playing hands-off and passive this time around. Minute 10 left and no contact being taken. Some utility damage on to Pain, but Bomb still sits at T steps.
This is a little more Imperial-esque from Pain.
What's this read? They have 3B.
I
You must have some idea.
Now they're falling back. Maybe they thought
What a
Fast
clear.
B was the play, but this actually might just open it up. Lux takes down the first player. Pushing aggressively was Vinny. And look at how aggressively they rotated the extra player over. Try gets caught by Big Uzetta now in rotation over towards CT. And A only has one defender left. That's Decenti over in Mini Pit. He'll get spotted here, destroyed by Big Uzetta. Bombs going down. No way and Phelps are going to save, as a 4v2 hold is going to lock down A for sure. Pain hold on. And again, I don't know what that read was, Nate.
This was a very awkward round. First thing I noticed, 3B, and they were really sticking to it. Normally send someone B to throw some utility or get aggressive. They threw retake utility, threw a Molotov top car, they flashed through, they naded the smoke, but they didn't go for it. They went once the utility was bloomed back up. Exit kill for Phelps? Nope. Big U's already ready for it. Adding to the economic damage. That's actually an AK drop, more importantly. Imperial will still be able to buy in the following. But back to what I was saying, they waited till the utility rebloomed and then tried to push through it while walking, and that gave a pick over to Pain when they normally wouldn't have gotten it. Try on the op. Good job clearing up towards brackets to find one, but he was overwhelmed. Imperial getting the wrong insights, trying to read into the fact that Pain have pretty heavily been relying on late B plays. They've done it at least a couple times now, trying to read into that tendency. Not paying off. And now Try, again, will try with the op. Well, he has had kills here and there. It's not been a takeover by any means. It's not shifted the tide of this one.
The two kits key to keep an eye on for Imperial if a retake does come through. Phelps rotating back to A. Potential to get caught in transition. Decenti caught in pit. Cowes out of apartments, has Snow to help him out. And the two of them will combine for a double entry on A, and Phelps is very low on health at 33 HP. Utility flying over, and a save might be initiated here by Imperial with their backs against the wall. A save call it is, and Pain will get to map point here. 12 rounds on the board for the T side, and Imperial are running for the hills. The T sides have been stronger here, as they've had 6 rounds each on the T side. Pain needed 7 to win it in regulation, and now they sit 1 away. How far will they hunt for these guns Every extra gun that falls makes it exponentially easier for Pain to win the last round.
Should definitely be pretty voraciously hunting these players down. The Molotov, their flashes. They know they're all grouped up probably towards B site. That's the only place you can really survive with 3 players comfortably. And Lux might be first contact on this hunt. He's walking up. The op is holding. It's going to make it difficult. You can tell he fell back. Just coming the ball. They're going to execute onto B. They want to make everybody as uncomfortable as possible. No way spotted, but he'll survive around the fountain. The op as well does get one to rebuke the attempt at hunting. So all 3 will survive, giving them a solid investment, or solid framework to build upon, I should say. Imperial. But they're feeling the pressure, as you mentioned. Tactical timeout used, their first of the map. Pain, no issue reinvesting on their side. Full rifles, including an op for NQZ to rival try. They've both had quiet maps. NQZ, though. A couple more flashy moments, I think, with rifles.
Yeah, he hasn't really stood out with the op, but his riflery has been good. Lux has been impressive again. Big Uzetta playing like we know he can, too. He really didn't have that kind of performance yesterday, and they still were able to win. His clutch on pistol round, impressive. Really got the ball rolling for Pain in that second half. Gave them the foundation to build this lead out of. One more is all they need. Early utility exchange, banana from both sides. An early 3 stack towards B2 from Imperial. Rushing E beginning to go through, spotted by Lux. And no way over the top of the smoke does nothing. Lux has learned from his earlier mistakes of over-aggressing through those smokes and through the fights on B. Banana, he'll just get his one and cut his victory short, but live to fight another day, more importantly, and keep the man advantage. Tries op and hauls. Has to hit a shot if it's given the opportunity. He misses it. That forces him back. Huge miss. And a big window for Pain now to exploit.
Massive window. Only 2 A-site defenders. The one towards Arch already falling back, having gotten the information. Try will take up that spot. Up around by his call. B, though, is again going to be the object of Pain's ire. 3 slinking up. Bomb on their back in 45 seconds. Contact taken by Phelps. He'll throw a smoke in response. I'm going to flash through it. Imperial getting desperate and aggressive. They had the op on anti-flash. Phelps, I think, spots at least one, or at least hears one. But neither team sees the other. Phelps falls back before the engagement begins. Try. Going over to throw Molotov to buy time. 15 seconds left. The bomb is still here. Phelps and Descenti find one apiece. One at B, one at A. And the bomb is doubling back to A with 10 seconds remaining. No time, and they realize it now. Both these teams are so slow. It leaves them so vulnerable to getting stymied. That one Molotov from the Opper seals their fate. And now Imperial are knocking on the door of overtime.
Well, slow and steady doesn't always win the race. And that's exactly why you wait too long. One kill, one well-timed piece of utility will shut down your entire take and ruin your round. We've seen it happen to both teams. Pain call a timeout here to discuss what they want to do. And you have to imagine, Nate, there's the potential for something that completely changes up the pace here. I don't suspect they'll play the exact same way they have been after the timeout. It doesn't make too much sense. A pace change very likely. Maybe something fast. Maybe something a little more aggressive like that peek from NQZ. The op goes hunting and Try loses that duel. Again, his lackluster performance today carries over and gives the opening pick, and then QZ scales forward for another. Yelps in bedroom, puts Cowas to sleep, but can he get more? He's got to find his way out of the situation. No, it's Snow to ruin his time, as NQZ grabs a third. He's coming alive in round 24. Bomb goes down. It's No Way in a 1v4. NQZ towards Boiler, keeping an eye on the lane. Wrap from Brackets and Archside, as No Way goes back to Moto. 4 to fine. That's a full belt of utility, but throwing any reveals his position. He'll smoke deep, flash up, go through, and find nobody on the site. Nice passive hold of this A site here from Payne as they grab the 13-11 victory on the map pick of Imperial. They threw a little bit of a spanner into the works. I questioned the logic going into that, given the fact they lost it yesterday and in overtime, and this time they lose it in regulation.
A difficult loss for the likes of Imperial. Again, their pick in this one, and this time even more one-sided, as you mentioned, 13-11. That round was the kind of round I was expecting in this South American close qualifier. Bomb down by 1 minute 20, round already decided, and a very long save ahead of the CTs. We do it long last to get to C1, and of course that change of pace, as you mentioned, coming off the back of a tactical timeout is monumental, huge, instrumental for Payne winning that first map. Now things look very difficult and improbable for the likes of Imperial, who have to face off on Anubis, a map that they're pretty decent on, but still Ancient waiting in the wings for both these teams. An uphill battle for Imperial Bucks.
A massive uphill battle from Imperial. As you said, decent map for both teams. We'll break into that map a little bit more, though, when we come back after the break, so don't go anywhere. Map 2 is coming up right on the other side.
Pain did their homework after yesterday's bout and beat the likes of Imperial on Inferno. This time, no overtime required, 13-11. And that was Imperial's map pick as well. We now go off to Anubis here shortly, and that is a far more favored map for the likes of Pain, setting them up well for a potential 2-0 in this series. I'm Pineapple Phillips, he's Boggs, and Boggs, what are you expecting for this second map?
Oh, I'm expecting something we haven't seen between these two teams. I'm expecting a fresh map. I'm expecting to see some good individual performances from the Pain roster overall. I don't know what to expect from Imperial. They got slapped back on their map pick. They bounced back well yesterday after losing Dust 2. But the stakes are a little bit higher now. And the thing is, too, a 15-2 record on Anubis for Pain in the last 3 months. Their only recent loss to 9Z, wins over most of their domestic competition, including Red Canids and Solid. And for Imperial, loss against Pain in some of their more recently played games on Anubis. They haven't played it all too recently. Wins against Crew and Red Canids recently, but losses against Solid and Audic too. So some concerning signs for Imperial when you look at Anubis. 12-5 record is not bad. They'll get that T-side start presumably as well, but they're going to have to come out of the gates firing.
Yeah, I was going to mention the Solid and Audic games. Those are the two most recent games played on this map, and they were both losses against some not low tier, but lower tier domestic competition. Definitely doesn't set up Imperial for success, doesn't give us as viewers or analysts any sort of confidence going into this one. Another thing that we talked about in that first map was how quiet the ops were. NQZ was doing okay for himself, and then Try was really struggling individually. But especially on that last round, NQZ heated up. He was the one that really cemented it for them. He ran up Arch. He got 3 kills with the op to ensure that the map didn't go to overtime.
Yeah, it was a very impressive turnaround for NQZ. He had some good rifle performances as well, but that last round was incredible for him. Off the back of the timeout, the call was go a little bit faster, and he says, a little bit? How about a lot of it? Goes in, gets 3, gets the entry, goes and gets the second entry as well. Takes a completely different style, and maybe that's exactly what he needs to do. Good call by Big Uzetta for that timeout, too. He had a brilliant game as well. The in-game leader for Pain. You could always expect him towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad. That pistol round 1v2, absolutely expertly played. And then Lux in that gun round 1 versus 2 as well. earlier on the CT side, where he just played a magnificent retake and isolated those two duels, even though Imperial played it about as well as they possibly could. The individuals came together for Pain, and I see no reason to doubt that that would be the case again here.
No reason it wouldn't be. Imperial elect to start on the T side. Makes sense. This is one of the few maps that is T-sided in the pool. Full Kevlar for Pain as well. No dualies, no kit, just armor, longevity. Meanwhile, Imperial go for 2 sets of utility. Crisscross smokes in towards A. Walk out A main as they bloom. Big U. First contact, P2K in hand. Takes some shots, but they don't ring through. Full 5 versus 5. Full HP post-plant situation. You know what that means? Chaos at the choke points. And a round that will be decided in the blink of an eye.
Honestly, Pain could save here and just bring all these armors into the next round. It wouldn't be a terrible idea as they run into a meat grinder. 3, 4, and 5. Barely any damage given back over. I still think that saving all 5 pieces of armor might have been the meta play right there.
That they'd gone for a faster flank game main. Maybe that would have worked as well. As it stood, just all 5 coming through 2 choke points doesn't really pan out. Especially not when they're locked behind smokes.
No kits
Imperial,
either.
yeah, no kits. Gave Imperial power positioning.
Yeah.
Odds are just stacked against them.
Also, interesting start to completely abandon A at the beginning and just push through middle. So. Very bizarre.
It's bizarre. Mid's power positioning, though. The issue is if they have the utility, they're going to lock you out. Mac 10s for Phelps and Vinny. And an investment for Pain. 2 pistols, 2 MP9s, and the Scout. Snow outside of E-Box might be first contact, might not be. Another slow classic default on the side of Imperial. Which we've come to expect.
Oh, lots of damage for Phelps as he sprays away with the Mac 10. Can't quite get the kill on either of these 2 players. And now he'll finally go through and finish the job. Cows and Lux get mowed down. Bomb going to go into an open A site.
It's got to be the round.
Yeah, that's got to be a save here from the rest of Pain.
Bomb has been planted.
Disappointing. No damage done. Big U as well, the IGL. Dropping a scout to NQZ. Who now falls. Snow does get 1 on the 5-7. No way, though. This man boxed in. Big U will get 1 more before falling. There's an AK or a rifle of some kind on the ground that can't be recovered. 3 surviving against a 4 spy. Definitely acceptable in terms of metrics. In Pain, now with nothing to go into round number 3, are likely going to save every penny they have. Maybe a flash, maybe a pistol. Snow getting 1 of those. Nothing much should be brought into this round.
Should be a 3-0 start for Imperial here. Good opportunity to build up a lot of money too with the Mac 10s. P250, 5.7s, maybe 1 or 2 kills, but not all. Oh, there's 1. Mac 10 caught out in E-Box. Phelps looking the wrong way. Gets blindsided by Snow. Flash goes in. Main push comes through. Vinny and Dry will mop that up. Bomb can move to A as well, although it's very far removed. No way we'll get 1 freebie. Now Lux and Big Uzetta will try to get another kill or 2. Good Molotov on the Big U. He gets a dink for his troubles, but nothing further. And now Lux will do what he can to do some damage. So some chaos.
Oh, some chaos. Got the 1. It's got a Mac. Bomb going down across the map. I don't imagine this T side is too keen on hunting him down. They shouldn't be. Also want to highlight Bogs that on this map, Imperial are far more T-sided than they are CT-sided. 70% versus 53. Whereas Pain are pretty dead even on both sides, with a 61.9 on CT and a 61.1 on T. Vinny catches Lux. We know he wasn't going to try to survive in this round. Maybe a cheeky ninja was on the agenda. 3-0. As we have a technical pause called, hopefully something brief. You can hear players typing away in the chat. Full buy will be coming through for Pain as well in round number 4.
First full buy for Pain here. Op out for NQZ instantaneously. We talked about it in the brief moments before this map kicked off and his heroics in the last round of Inferno. A good start for Pain here on the CT side would be predicated upon that op potentially. Be nice to see the op pop off here early on.
Smoke down from the CT side, trying to stop an A-site play, but Pain Gaming have been shut out of this site effectively and quickly. Imperial changing the pace, looking good. Getting that bomb down. The MAC-10's far scarier up close and personal. And Vinny dropping the IGL Big Uzera through the smoke to start things off. That might just seal the deal.
No way. All right, timeout, Pain. Figure out what's going wrong on A. It's ugly. It's real ugly right now, Nate.
Very. It's getting given away without much of anything. I don't know if that's a tendency read from some of the VODs. Seems like a hard read to just go for a rush in on the bonus.
At the same time, there's been no adaptation whatsoever.
Think you should drop the rifle. NQZ could buy an M4. There it is. Gets one for himself. Kit purchased. Full utility. Very solid buy for Pain. Expected given the fact that 4 lived. But you're right. Need to see an adjustment. Someone hands-on the site. Perhaps 2 in main. 2 even on the plat would be fine. Something on the site proper so they don't get locked out. And that, of course, helps as well. NQZ on the op finding 1. Helps, though. An immediate trade down towards E-Box to bring it back to even footing.
4 versus 4 in round number 5. NQZ looking for an opening. Again, he already got the first. Might be called upon to find a second. Phelps closer in E-Box now. Lurking around, hoping somebody pushes into his domain. Be a free kill for him. He gets gifted 1, but only 1 is NQZ right there for the trade. But the bomb is going to rotate over towards the A side now, where Big Uzetta sits alone. The A side has been trouble for Pain. They found it difficult, if impossible, to lock down, but that's a good timing kill from Big Uzetta from window on to try. No Way picks up the fallen op as the bomb creeps forward around Cake. Bomb will get planted here. Kawes waits for timing, and No Way gets spammed by Big Uzetta, who cannot quite stop the plant. Descenti now 1 versus 3. He's got 2 out of that. And how costly is that round for Pain to win? Losing 4 of 5. At least they saved 4 players in the last round.
Not doing themselves favors.
No. And that's kind of been the case for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, they like build a lead off of someone doing something sensational, and they kind of punt it. This case, it was Big U finding 2 for free. Got the opper, doubled back around. I'm not sure what the oversight was. Maybe it was a missed comm, because he should have known that that swing half wall was going to come through. And the third player, if they just wait for Big U's air to reload, or get on the same page, or to slow down slightly, they should have 3 surviving. 2 at minimum should be surviving. But a win's a win. They at least get skunk off the board. Still have the op for NQZ, who has woken up. He was quiet. Found 2 to start off that round, and that's pretty important. Try as well, starting things off pretty well for himself at 3.
Lux yet to open his account. Same with Kawaz, 2 key players from the last map. A slower round from Imperial. More what we're used to seeing from Imperial. Slow, methodical, almost aimless meandering from them. Big Guzetta goes hunting out middle, goes 1 for 1. Trades giving more room for Imperial to work with. And the bomb will be recovered and brought seemingly, never mind, they're going to bring it towards B. They're going to go Canals, B split. Try takes out Lux as well. That's massive. That's the op getting the pick out B main. That's a for sure B hit now. And Snow's going to have a lot of work to do to lock this down. Well-timed Molotov. Counter utility coming through for the take here. And at least for Snow's sake, Kawaz has joined the party. He's over up towards Plot. Volley around him. Can't bring the spray down. Snow can't either. And it's a mop-up operation for Imperial as Phelps gets caught out towards Canal. It's a Pyrrhic victory for NQZ. It's his goal now to save the op. The hunt's already on as Vinny charging forward. And the round in isolation for Payne. Their money gone again. Reset for them. Big miss too from NQZ. That's heartbreaking there. And what are Payne going to do in this round?
You need to wake up. Lux and Kawaz are yet to be on the board, both 0 and 5. Snow's very quiet. But Lux is the one that really hurts. He's been a heavy hitter for this team, both yesterday and today. Bigu's doing well for himself. He has a hero rifle, an MP9 on Lux, upgraded 5.7s. They looked flat and they've looked reactionary. They haven't been the ones in the driver's seat. They haven't really been pioneering any sort of aggressive plays. Just been trying to survive, given what's thrown at them, and that's not the mindset you should have on this CT side. It's already difficult enough.
There's the opener for the Senti this time. Kawaz swings 1 for 1, but he finally does get his first of the map. Try there for the trade. He's waking up. Good timing for Imperial. Lux goes down. Snow trades that back, and he'll pick up a second too. MP9 in his hands to a 2v2. Try around on Pool. Big Guzetta timing. Spots him out. He reveals his position. Can't quite get the shots on try. Flash in, tries making all the noise. They know where Big Guzetta is. Of course, the same is said about Try. Vinny now revealing his position, tossing utility in. As Snow will take care of him. Try now 1 versus 2. He gets 1, but not the second. Snow freezes him over towards Pool. And Payne win a half by a round, a pretty critical one at that. And somehow, some way, Payne find ways to stay in games. I don't know how they do this. Last night we saw it. We saw it on Inferno earlier today. They find ways to win rounds they have no business winning.
Yeah, there should have been no chance for them in that round. Given how the rifle rounds have gone and kind of just fallen away limply. It's the individuals, though. Snow specifically, doubling up in middle on the cross back. Securing Big U's back line is also the biggest thing that he did in that round. Didn't have to worry about his back line. Could focus on the op of Try. And Big U's there playing very well when he's alone. His timings are exemplary. His movement, again, can't get over how consistent his timing is. 2 to 5. And a very solid buy for Payne because of that half-buy victory. Imperial nearing the end of their coffers as well. They still have the op for Try, still all the bells and whistles in this round, but only 1 player above 2K remaining in the bank. If Payne can negotiate a 3rd round now, they might just break the T economy.
That's big for Lux, but he only gets 1. That's his first of the map, though, and a good start finally for him. But an even 4v4 gives Imperial plenty of room to operate. Snow, he's been good. He's here to hold down B. Has help as well from his friends. Look at NQZ's flank 2. There it strikes onto the Senti. Traded back and no way falls to Bigazetta. Still a very costly round on the guns for Pain, and it's not over yet as Phelps and Vinny still live. Vinny with that op in hand. Smoke onto Vinny's position out in E-box, and the bomb will be recovered. Vinny goes back to the rifle. And he'll group up with Phelps. Never mind, Vinny's going to go through B.
They have to. B's down in B main. Or bomb's down in B main. Vinny was hoping to keep them off it with the Molotov. Buy time for Phelps. They raced ahead of it. 3v1. Beginning to see some confidence coming out of Pain. That should be concerning for Imperial. I need to change something up for this attacking side. Keep in mind, they have a near 70% win rate on this side with a far more humble, I think 43, is that what I said? On the defense, maybe a little bit more, maybe like 50. 53.
Yeah.
Still good, but that's because they're trouncing smaller local teams. Solid for Pain. Pulls the timeout out from Imperial. Not the best time to use it either because their economy is so low. It's likely going to be a save.
First timeout forced out of Imperial, and they have not really been able to grow as good of a lead as they probably would have liked. Had a lot of control, but then Pain find ways to win unlikely rounds and get a couple of rounds in a row together. Pistols out for No Way. Armor behind that. Phelps will get a Mac 10 and a vest. Glocks on the rest with a good amount of utility. That's something to go for a fast play, perhaps. NQZ's been good. He helped out a lot.
He flanked him in with an op.
I know. He's getting aggressive, and he's feeling it, too. He's hitting his shots. I kind of like this look we're getting from NQZ. I'm liking how he's playing. He's not going overly stupid aggressive either. He's playing with a purpose with it. And I think Big Azetta is kind of encouraging his team to get a little more aggressive, to get a little more risky. And I quite like it. It's working.
To aggression A. That's what really cracked open the start of this map, and that's what they'll go to on the eco. Cowas, though, on site proper with some support, finds 2. Me and Biggie are low, but NQZ is here to shore up the defense. It might even be a flawless one. It is. NQZ wants to know this. The last. Pain almost tying this up at 4-5. One away tying it up at 5 apiece. Imperial another buy on the board, but they could.
They could.
It feels like they should, given the momentum.
I don't know, man. This is... The momentum swing here is massive. Imperial are looking stalled out now. Flooded engine. Which is kind of funny since there's the canal, but not much else water-wise here. And they're going to go over towards A main, where they found early success. And Pain are reading this well, get a little bit of mid-info, and now they're going to go bolster the A defense. Molotov's coming through to stall out for a push. Counter utility being thrown, and Imperial are going to audible this in towards B. Pain might have actually taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker. And it's time for Imperial to set the hook. Snow's in a very awkward spot. He's getting flanked from both sides. And he's burning alive. Now, Big Zeta, however, helps out with a big one onto Phelps. Snow's still alive, and he's still able to get one. The flash from Lux helps him stay alive for a brief moment in time. And now it's Lux's turn with NQZ to back him up. Lux with 2 as he's heating up now for Pain. They tie it up at 5. And I don't know how Snow's allowed to live that long. He has no business staying alive in fire, flames, with players on all sides. Good support from his teammates, and very proactive on the rotations from the CT side.
The reason that bait and switch does not work is because of Big U. In middle, he can hear the stomps running away over towards B and E-box. Calls rotation in the nick of time, and also, as you mentioned, Snow. His goal there is not to get a kill, although it would be great. His goal is to survive, to buy time, and he plays that perfect. stays alive in the smoke, gets a kill for good measure, eventually falls, but the cavalry has arrived. That's all that matters. Pistols yet again, they're getting aggressive, they're getting desperate, Imperial. And that means pressuring up into middle. NQZ1, Lux a second. Top of the smoke in middle. NQZ's off has been everywhere. It's often finding aggressive opening kills. This time around, it's down below. I believe it was probably Phelps working up towards E-Box. Kind of falls into ruts and tendencies rather quickly. Igu combining fire in middle, finds 2 before falling, leaving just no way on 21. That's an easy pickup for Lux. 4 survive again. The economy on the CT side is amazing. Pain have guaranteed themselves at least a tied ball game at the end of the first half, and likely should get a 7th unless Imperial can do something off the back of the attack.
They'll have rifles at least. They'll have utility too. But Imperial are getting bullied. Pain are finding ways to win rounds, string things together. And their quiet ones and Lux and Kawez. Oh, and about 5 and 6 are now 5 and 6 and 5 and 7 respectively. Snow, Big Uzetta, and NQZ have been big as well. And this proactive aggression, this info play from the CT side that they picked up after they won that eco round has really helped them get all the reads and the information. It's helped them lock Imperial into sights and shut them down, not allowing them to escape. Have support utility there so the players on site are able to get the job done with minimal effort. And Big U has an op here, along with NQZ. They're both opping the same angle out towards mid. This is a double op mid, one watching left, one watching right. It's entirely prepared to counter a mid play. And I don't know if that mid play is actually going to come through. It doesn't look likely.
Pain, they just loosen things up. Give NQZ some leash to work with. Rotate rather quickly back and forth. Just make sure the comms are good. And it's been paying in spades. Very slow round now for Imperial, back to what they do best, crawling around the map, cruising for an opening.
Look how little utility they have, though.
Yeah, but they didn't have the money to really invest, and they had to waste a lot of utility to get control of things, such as E-Box, for example. Lux is now here with an op. NQZ's on an AK. Probably because Lux is down to 48. That makes sense.
And Big U got rid of his op, too.
Just going to mention, double op setup has been dismantled.
I like that call a lot.
Phelps won't stop him finding one. Lux though on that op. A trade. Snow so much damage, but not the outright kill on the Descenti. There's an awkward walk into B. Snow still harassing through the smoke. Finds 1, finds 2. NQZ a 3rd. The last alive is Vinny, the IGL. He's had a good map, but can he save them? The answer is no. Pain steal away the half. We'll see you after the break.
Imperial started up 4-0, but Pain battled back, had their round isolated. It was 5-1. But a streak of 6 in a row off the back of an eco victory spurred Pain on to a half lead on the CT side of Anubis. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you on the mic. And this one could be the last half in the IEM Rio 2024 South American Close Qualifier. Winner qualifies for the LAN. Loser gets nothing. Maybe a pat on the back. I don't even know if we'll go that far, Nate. And Vinny's going to get tested early up towards A main. Around the corner, the dually sing for 2. Ooh. It's quite a deadly tune. And he might even go back for more. He double dipped. He might go for thirds, but he elects to hold for now. No way gets damaged out on the Canals duel. So far, Pain are getting a bit overwhelmed on the pistols yet again, but there's a swing from Big Uzetta. Vinny removed. 4v3 now in the hold for Imperial. Bomb moving its way towards A. Utility being used to facilitate the safer plant. They haven't crossed with it yet, and Snow with a pair! Now it turns to Pain's favor, and Snow's hunting for the window player and try. Over towards camera, Phelps creeps in the smoke. He has been felled, and then QZ has the last 2 on a plate with headshots. 8 rounds for Pain. The pistol round converted in half 2. And Imperial a decision to make with 1 timeout. Do they force? Do they save? And when do they use that timeout? Because that seems to be an inevitability at this point. I would say probably before their first gun round, Nate, which will not be now. They're going to save it for the third of the half. It looks like USPs only in round 14.
They save it for the second gun round, honestly. What they do could work. But I do agree, it's really coming down to the wire. Needed that pistol. Just given how suffocating the T side can be. Bomb dropped all the way back towards T spawn. It's a bit of a default. Lux getting control towards A. All 5 are here. If he chooses to go in, he's going to get the information real quick. He has support as well from Snow. Who's up middle? NQZ, the Opper. Again on these fast runs with a Mac 10 in hand. Sees 1, takes that kill for free. Spots a second, gets dinked by a third. He has all the information he needs now. Finds a second before being done in, but he has done his job. Only an SMG given over to his adversaries. And now a likely empty B bomb site for Pain that they can quickly take control of. Smoke long, smoke temple. And a bomb plant in the next couple seconds. Guaranteed.
Cowes spots out Vinny and Temple. Imperial look to be playing exits. Cowes is playing massive trigger discipline. Takes a dink, but he finishes the job. That takes some cojones right there. Snow gets a lot of damage on Descenti.
No real reason for these two to save. Mac 10's going to be pretty useless. So I'm surprised they're playing as they are.
Yeah, it's very curious.
Phelps is going to survive and bring the USP into the next round. He got the Mac 10. Not very useful, but he got it.
Yeah, I don't know
9
if
to
it's even
5
get used.
It's not going to be. Shouldn't be. Not unless they really want to prioritize utility and they have a really quirky spot for it to play. Bonus for Pain. M4s for Imperial. Vinny's really been favoring that A4 as of late as well.
It's that fire rate, I think.
Fire rate, magazine size. If you're playing a close angle, it works perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Guessing the spray can get away from him at times, though. Aggression middle for the IGL. Biggie wanted that control. Does a good amount of damage, but can't win the duel. No way. Mollied out of E-Box. Very awkward spot for him to duel. His teammate trying to go into B main. They're running into one another.
1G.
Lux did get a literal 1G. Phelps in the smoke does find one. Phelps a second. Wraps it up. Imperial stay alive. A bit crazy. overall a bit zany in the round with the Molotov self-immolation. A little bit of chaos in there with Phelps walking into the smoke, bumping into, I don't remember who it was, but they were holding hands for at least 3 or 4 seconds. Hands out in the favor of Imperial. Again, a much needed round for them.
There's still a buy for Payne here. Not a lot of utility, but that's going to be a gift. Phelps goes hunting, and he is the hunted instead. Shut down on the initial peek by Cowes. Try next in line out towards middle. Big as head up. Jiggles in. Shadow shows. Lux there for the trade, and he will not miss his opportunity to maintain the man advantage for Payne. Bomb working its way towards A now. Slowly and methodically. Vinny aggressive, has that A4. Good multi-kill potential, but he has to hit his shots. Heat with the bomb first? And a trade there from Snow. Nobody else here on A, and maybe a chance to take out Descentive by Lux out in mid. But Descentive will make his way to sight. Smoke will bloom. Cowes spots him out, but Descentive goes in front of it. Great flash from Cowes. Descentive's still alive for now. Smokes in the window. Cowes shuts down the play, and no way in on sight. Has a couple to worry about at main. 1 around 8. A 10th likely, and secured by Cowes for Payne Gaming. And just like that, Imperial's 1 round on the CT side. An island around yellow. They'll buy again, at least half buy. I think a force might actually be on the cards here, given Payne's distance to victory. And Imperial will use their 3rd and final timeout of this map and potentially this grand final. They have to have something special.
Something special, something different. Anything to get rounds on the board at this stage. Payne looking very good on this T side. Trading out, spacing's good. Concerning moments, like that bomb peeking first in A main, for example.
I don't think he expected to have the bomb as the pistol.
Yeah. Small oversight. Not fully punished. Imperial cobbled together what they will. 3 A1Ss, 2 MP9s. Again, an ever-present complaint. No kit. And lackluster utility for both Phelps and No Way. Even Descentive and Viddy are left wanting for more. Meanwhile, Payne, the tried and true full AKs. Aggression out B main is the call. Cowes is well poised to stop this. Big U is caught with utility, not taken down, however. Cowes finding one. Helps a trade via Big U, and Try running through the Molotov does answer as well. 3 versus 3. B main control taken. Vinny, though, tested on A, cannot hold up against NQZ. Site taken. 3v2 secured. At this point, Try and Descentive might even consider a save, given how difficult this retake will be with no kit.
Bombs ticking away. The save might have to be the call here for Imperial off the back of their timeout. Their 3rd and final. They have nothing left to pause and talk things over. And Payne now only 2 rounds away from claiming the spot at Intel Extreme Masters Rio on home soil. They're close. They can almost taste it. IEM at home. It will be the save for trying Descentive. Imperial will not have much to buy around this either. Money is pretty bad. And here comes the Kobayashi Maroon. Do they force and all but secure a broken buy should they lose this round? Or do they just save the AKs, go with that? And their odds are they lose that round and play 6 in a row for overtime.
6 in a row is too many. One dumb call, even with Tech 9s, is enough to push Payne Gaming over the line from there. I feel like you have to put your foot down now and at least give yourself some breathing room. But the option between the two, both rather dismal, both rather desperate. They know they have to switch something up, so Vinny and Phelps get aggressive, and that's to their chagrin. Lux is there as a redundancy, gets an immediate double in response to the single. And now he'll race in towards A with NQZ, or will he? They throw utility. They know there's likely an early rotation, and so they'll double back. Big U's gotten commanding control of mid as a result. Payne Gaming, a very firm understanding of the reads and rotations. Biggie just completely slipping the gap now. Timing, try on B as well, finds a double, and Cowes, while he does find No Way, has a 1v2 ahead of him. He spots the first. Where is the bomb? There it is on site. He'll tap it, hoping to beckon someone into a 1 versus 1. Now he'll stick it, and Try is here to stop it. Try swings through, gets the kill. A hero in the round with 3 for him, and 1 for Descenti, shutting down the mid alert of Big U's era.
Yeah, that big one onto Big U, but even more so is the hold from Try on B. Those kills were immense. And that actually kind of resets Pain, too. Lux is on the Hero AK, which he might sell before this one expires. No, he's going to go for it. Everyone else will be on pistols, which you can't count Pain Gaming out on pistols. It's what got them started in that first half. What brought them to the brink of victory and qualification for IEM Rio. Lux has it all to do. Glock spam. I think that's also to just kind of give the wrong impression to Imperial to eke out this peak. That's exactly what he wanted. He goes 1 for 1. Cowes has armor behind him, though. And that is a 1 for 2 trade out in Canals by Pain. That's the setup. Second player had armor. Cowes picks up his fallen comrade's gun. And he'll still live to fight another day with a lot more space to work with. Only 3 players to hold. Vinny has an MP9. Good against the no armor players. That deagle can get tossed over to Big Head or NQZ, though. Maybe a little bit more will be there. Descenti and E-Box. So intent on this Canals play. Not thinking about anything other than a Canals push. Now he has to start wondering, maybe somebody's creeping out on site. It's all done to timing now. Big U walks in. There's the 1. Cowes swings wide. He falls 2. Descenti sprays for 3. And that locks down the round and keeps Imperial alive again. Snow will do some damage, hopefully for Pain. But it's not necessarily the exact circumstance. He baits Try in, but Try actually reads that really well. Does enough noise to bait him off the plant. And now Snow's just going to say, you know what, I'm getting money. That's all I'm going to do here. If I get a kill, I get a kill. And get a kill, he will not. 3 rounds separating these 2 teams, but the buy will be back here for Pain. The bomb plant will allow Lux to get something better than he would have otherwise. Probably not an AK, Galil, Mac 10 maybe, but still better than nothing.
I think it dropped an AK depending on how good the finances are. No, not enough.
Big you could, technically, but...
It hamstringed the utility a bit too much.
Oh. You see what Big U dropped.
It's an op in play for NQZ, and I feel like his op is going to be even more so at home on this T side, given what we saw in that first half. The aggression, confidence from NQZ. He literally flanked middle alone with an op, all the way to B main. It's the side where it's expected for that to happen. He should be more comfortable doing so. So I'm eager to see how he plays it. Right now it's a power position in towards Canals, holding towards E-Box, ready to swivel towards A main if required. Phelps vying for B main control, at least showing presence and forcing utility out.
The utility's starting to run a little thin for the CT side. Pain not yet given an opportunity to take anybody out. They haven't run into anybody yet. They'll have to make a move eventually. Whether or not it's given to them, they'll make contact in E-Box, and QZ trades out Lux as Phelps gets caught through the wall. Descenti is still here. Now 3 players over on B, all ready for Imperial. A very proactive retake, rotate of their own. Similar to how Pain started getting rounds on the board on their CT side to kick off this map. No way around the ob. Looking for something, but it's NQZ again. You wanted to see that op on the T side. It's doing wonders. Cowes and Snow a kill apiece. And just Vinny alive on the far extremities of the map. Moving through mid now, but far too little, far too late. He has to save. And Pain Gaming will get to 12. And the next round is potential match point and qualification point for Pain.
But he's not going to be good for Imperial to add insult to injury. No Way and Descenti are going to struggle to buy. Try and Phelps, because of the lack of a loss bonus, also probably going to be forced onto mostly rifle and armor with little utility. Odds stacked against Imperial. They battled so hard again. They love the A stream. Been here 100% of the time. They had to fight so long, tooth and nail, to potentially only come up short. Keep in mind, if you get second place, you just get to punch sand. That's all you get. Only the victor gets that spot at IEM Rio 2024. Series point for Pain. The buy a little bit better than I would have expected. Phelps on of Moss hurts, but 2 M4s. 5-7 can be very good for No Way. MP9 for Descenti. If NQZ can pop off on this round like he did the last, it should be over.
They might not even need him, though. Snow's been huge. Kawaz has really picked up the pace. He's at a positive KD now, despite starting out with 0 kills for the first several rounds of this map. It's broken by, not inspiring for Imperial either. Vinny tagged already, but he does get the opening onto Snow. Descenti also tagged down. So is Phelps, but the Pain Gaming players are falling like flies. Kawaz drops as well. Lux close up as the first one to try. Slips through. Somehow they're both still alive. Both lucky to be alive in this situation. But no openings yet for Pain as time is beginning to dwindle. The bomb is over towards A, but it has no opportunity to get planted. Lux, though, maybe gets Descenti as he creeps down. It's NQZ on to try. Lux, though, caught on the blind side. But NQZ again. You said his op might need to be huge. Big U gets another. NQZ low on health. Getting flanked by Vinny over around Pool. NQZ trying to buy time for help, and he buys his own time with a kill! NQZ popping off again! One player standing for Imperial to stay alive or fall and be mummified in the ruins of Anubis, excuse me. And they've not planted the bomb on A. There's 20 seconds! Nobody's gonna hear this! Or not?
They pass.
Oh my gosh.
They
He's
get through.
Nike, though.
Noah's going to figure it out pretty quickly. And it is doable. You can catch NQZ relatively easily. He's low on HP, but they're playing it together, and that is the correct decision for Pain. No way. Inching forward, that flash will give away his position. Ultra might actually burn away NQZ. No, it won't. It will not reach. And Pain Gaming will close out this series. This time, no third map required. 13-11 on Inferno, 13-8 on Anubis, and that was a masterclass on one of the newest maps to the pool.
Yeah, Pain did expertly to build off of their momentum on the CT side. When they got 7 out of that first half, you almost have to assume it's curtains. Getting a half victory on the CT side should secure you the map on Anubis. And they just ran with it on the T side too. A couple of slip-ups here and there, but overall, the team is what won it for Pain. Individuals stepped up, but it wasn't just one guy. It wasn't just NQZ. It wasn't just Big Uzetta. It wasn't just Snow. It wasn't just Kawaz. It wasn't just Lux. Everyone had a moment you can look back on and be like, that was a huge play. That won them around. That kept them in the lead. Let's look at the bracket, though, and get a good, quick recap on how we got to our qualifier. Pain Gaming, who make it to IEM Rio. They took down Red Canids 2-0 in the opening map, or round, I should say. Pain and Imperial. The first time, a 2-1 for Pain. And for Imperial, that lower bracket round, bit messy against MIBR. Get a bit cleaner in that first one. And Nate, it was Pain and nothing but pain for Imperial in that grand final.
Yep, they looked far better on their second meeting, knew what to expect, maybe studied the prior consolidation final that happened earlier today while they had their breathing time. Didn't have to play another game because they stayed in that upper bracket throughout. And in this whole close qualifier, over 3 series, they only dropped a single map. That was yesterday, and that was on Nuke. But I'm sure they've learned their lesson there as well. Pain definitely deserved this one. As you mentioned, the individuals on this team really can fire off on their own, but they also slot in very well together. I think this Anubis map specifically was the best look we saw from them. They weren't overly regimented. They weren't slow and trepidatious. They were playing their own game, given sufficient room to do so, and that's when the individuals really sparkled.
Yeah, and NQZ as well started playing a little more aggressive with the op on Inferno, started having more success there. Big U gives him more leash on Anubis, and he pops off and is the hero in the last couple of rounds of that T side. Fantastic work from Pain. Congratulations to them, and we will see them at IEM Rio. Commiserations to Imperial, MIBR, and Red Canids, who we had to say goodbye to yesterday. But that's going to wrap things up for us tonight. On behalf of Pineapple Phillips and the entire production crew here at ESL, I'm Boggs, and I wish you all a very good night. Until the next time we see you all here on ESL's Twitch channels, thanks for watching, and we'll see you then.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the